All right. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Hello, hello. Sorry about this problem here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. But I'm going to press play and let me know if it is still buffering. Okay? Ready? Here we go. Let me know in the chat.
Where's all that glass? Yeah, what are you doing with it? Nothing. Get your shoes on. Lying. That's that nice award you got. You got all mad, you broke the glass, huh? Right? Yes? Admit you do. Let's go. We're not done out here. You gotta get all that stuff out. Garbage is coming out. Talk, so. How'd it go? How'd it go not want to talk to anyone or be a part of the family and just deal with your own stuff? Good? Yeah. laboratory and books. Ah, let's go. That's nice. Let's go. You piss in the bucket? No. Go. Go to the bathroom. Don't touch the air conditioning, okay? You have to say that again and again and again and again. Don't ever touch it.
Now publishing January 15th, 2022.
Get up. Is it dirty? Yeah. Let's go. Get up. When's peanut? Last night. What time? You don't know? No. Like when you first fell asleep, or just this morning? When? So you don't have to go back to right now. Put it down. Get dressed. Right? I don't care. Put your shoes on. Let's go pick your bucket out here. Neighbors don't need to see a piss bucket.
Right? Here, take your food. Is this dirty? No, I just did.
It's clean.
Now publishing January 16th, 2022.
Morning.
Morning.
Okay, get your clothes for church. I went to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom first, and I get clothes for church. Go back.
Clean bucket? Yeah.
These are short stories.
Any of them good?
Some of them, yeah.
Alright, let me do some yard work.
Alright.
Food.
What'd you say happened with that bike? Remember you told me what happened with that bike?
Yeah, I think it popped off when we were doing moving things from the pod.
Did you say Baba saw that? Is he covered it? That's what you need, right?
I already did it. And then I have 2 copies, so.
So you don't need this?
No.
You have pencils, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you going?
I don't know.
We doing?
You want some?
Yeah, pretty good. Let's go take a shower. Is it clean? Is your bucket clean?
Yes.
Now publishing January 17th, 2022.
Well, I can do more. I just have to read that letter. Yeah, I'm making that.
We'll take that in a minute when you do your shower. I did.
Now publishing January 18th, 2022.
Morning.
Good morning.
Let's get to the bathroom. Okay, go ahead, go to the bathroom. Get your lunch. Alright, how long does this in? Just make sure it's full. So that it's easy to grab stuff that you're, and you can never find anything. Because there's like, you have no, right, you have 3 spots here, and you can never find anything. So organize it nice, so that it's easy to grab stuff that you use all the time, right? Yeah. Okay, get up.
I have a mock tie today, serving as prosecutor.
Okay, you said need a tie?
Yeah, this one, it isn't fully go around. I mean, you'll probably need one that goes around to look nice.
Alright, let's take out the garbage first. Take that out. Come on, buddy, want help? Okay. Yeah, hold on, I'll look you.
What's your name?
No. You should.
Grab the light and brush your teeth really quick.
Anything in here that I should be concerned about?
No.
No, you need?
Yeah.
Do you have your, the charger for your Chromebook?
No.
Where is it? I had it there to charge it, Mom, this morning.
Yeah. I didn't touch it.
You didn't take the charger?
No.
Did you have it all today, like, to charge it?
Yeah. Well, I charged mine in the morning when you gave it to me. I charged mine at school a little.
So you took it this morning.
No. I didn't take it.
How'd you get it to charge at school?
They have some chargers in the room.
I didn't give it to you to charge. I had it charged over there.
Yeah.
What do you mean I gave it to you to charge?
No, they have some chargers in the room at school.
No, you just said to me, I gave it to you to charge. It was right there. Wait. It's not over here, is it? Okay, let me go check then. So you're saying you didn't touch it?
No.
Sleeping?
No.
Right, some little stuff on here. Done with your homework, right?
Yeah.
What was the homework you had?
Alright, so.
What? Hey, you told me other stuff to do, right?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What was it you had to do?
I finished all my math classes. And then
What math?
I did my
What math?
math here. I finished it.
This is out here.
It was the math and then
Yeah, I just moved it. It was out here. some of this book? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do this again. This works for you. You can't talk because you just lied and you got caught. Okay. Yeah, that's a good solution. We'll go with that.
Go back to. Where's the charger for the Chromebook? I didn't ask if you had it. What did I ask you?
Is that car returning problem for a charger?
Yeah. I didn't ask if you had it. I said, where is it?
I didn't see it. I don't know where it is.
I didn't ask if you took it. Go back to.
Now publishing January 19th, 2022.
What's going on?
Nothing.
You say good morning, right?
I did.
Okay. Well, be nice. What's wrong with you? Good morning. Just woke up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to the bathroom, come back, get your clothes.
He's already chose not to do that.
Why? Why did you do that? good day. Doesn't seem right, does it? Okay. Alright, you gonna dump your bucket?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do it. Okay, go ahead, fill the dress, do the other stuff, right? Because they will look at that book right now.
Okay, can you try to find my calculator? Because I'm not letting that happen again. Because if I don't have a calculator, you fail that class.
Why are you looking at me like you had it, right, this morning?
No, I didn't have it this morning.
You just said you had it when I just asked you.
I said I had it in my portfolio.
Great, so you had it.
I had it last night, and I put it back in the portfolio when you took.
You kept your portfolio here.
I did not. I remember you took it outside the room.
Your stuff is not going to be in here when you get at night. Just put it in here in the bin. So, quick question, just really quick. Who's Mr. Marshall?
My ISS teacher.
Who is it?
My ISS teacher.
Do you know that teacher?
Yeah.
How do you know that teacher?
You know something?
When?
Is it for holding? One day?
You're sent there for what?
Holding for testing. It was last week.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you know him?
I don't know.
Like you just know him from in that spot. But you don't talk, you just sit there.
Yeah.
For holding.
Yeah, for holding last week. Wednesday.
Is he's a teacher or he's what?
He's some sort of teacher, yeah, I think.
Dirty?
No.
Let's go. What did you put down? Change. Go to that. Can we get her?
No. Yeah.
Done?
Yeah.
Stand up real quick, I have a question for you. So what class was it recently that you had, they split the class into? Yeah. What was that?
Yesterday.
What happened?
Did you have a mock trial yesterday?
You didn't have much trouble. So the whole dinner conversation was a lie.
So you didn't have a tie final.
Okay. So what happened when the classroom split? The two classrooms split in two. What happened next?
I went to the other class.
Hmm?
I went to the other class.
Okay. What happened in there?
I was doing work
What work?
for science.
The whole class?
Yeah.
Just doing science work.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go out to kill lunch and get ice cream. Oh, let's go here. Well, let's do this. We have all these things. Right?
Yeah.
And obviously, it's like you don't realize you have some amazing things. And lying gets you nothing. So I don't understand.
Is there some other, like, person in your mind talking to you? So why would you make all that up? Why do all the lies? Who would you steal all these from? School. Let's ask the school.
So does Alistair know that you did this to the teacher and his family know this? So do they know how disrespectful that you are to the school? Do they know? Does Alistair, this friend, this kid that
You're just being wrong. You're not as privileged as people are.
what? Yeah, is privileged to wear a tie?
No,
You put things in your own head, and when you say it up to yourself, you believe it. And they're not true. There's no reason. There's no reason.
You're gonna go make up a huge mock trial, lie to your family, and lie to the teacher. It's like, what else are you lying about?
Yeah. You're just lying to yourself,
That's the sad thing.
right? Why are you lying to yourself? You lie to yourself and you think that I wouldn't let you use the
Anything under
time.
there? You see anything under there?
Is there anything other than that?
I ain't even looking at that, like maybe there was something, so, I mean, I can't ask you the truth, so.
Let's double check. So we'll take it away, Ron. This is open. Did you stick anything in there?
I'm scared to me is what you want. You just, I mean, I keep giving you chances. It's just like, why?
Ready to rip that apart? You can live in your own lives to yourself. When you tell yourself something enough,
You just lose everybody around you. You
Yeah.
lose the teachers, and I don't lose all the, look, the kids find this out with teachers. It's like you want to push people away.
yeah.
The devil is dancing tonight.
So why would you think I wouldn't let you have a tie again? You're so smart. You get all these stories to tell a teacher that you're in academies and you're there to monitor teachers. Of course I would let you wear a tie. I let you wear a tie for this mock trial.
You need to ask me about putting it on. I mean, it's like,
Put it on, put it on.
unless, at some point, it's got to eat you up, all these lies. Because you just lied all day. You're out there talking about it, outside playing with peers, talking to your family about it. I have nothing else to say. Because I don't believe anything. So, are you going to keep that big one or leave it in? Next time, I give you all these hats.
Yeah, I gave him a lot. I gave him some shirts. I gave him a lot of stuff.
He
He doesn't care about
Give
anything.
him a you give them a bunch of hats, and a bunch of shirts, and all this other stuff.
Does it make you feel good to get to this point? Is this what you're always searching for? Do you always want to get, let me ask you this, do you always want to get back to this situation? Because you get here every time.
All right, Ms. Black, we're going to break in 5 minutes for lunch, so just keep that in mind as you play. Yep. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long morning for you, so we're going to break a little bit earlier for lunch today at noontime. We'll go from, I'm going to give you an hour and 15 minutes from now, it's approximately noontime now, to 1:15. So be out at the elevators at 10 after 1 to meet with Mark, and he'll bring you in here for 1:15 sharp start time. All right, thank you. I won't give you the instruction that you know so well by now.
Blah, blah, blah.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, anything I need to address before we recess? All right, court will be in recess. Diane, you do not need to stay. You will process any FOIA or public before we recess. All right, court will be in recess.
What? Truth exposed? Assistant DA got caught by Chris Hansen. Suspect killed himself during arrest? What? Hold on, I've got to go turn down my TV. Hold on. Okay, we are back. We are back. Shh, 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 shh. Just kidding. Just kidding. So they are on lunch for another 15 minutes, guys. Let me fast forward so we can get up to date. So 15 more minutes, and then I think it's going to be more videos. I'm not really sure what to expect, to be honest. Paul, thank you so much. Dad, is there another person in your mind talking to you? Son, no, it's just you, Satan. He literally is Satan. Thank you so much, Paul, for your support. I still like this one, though. Please tell your face you're awake. Oh, my God. Let's do a poll on when will sentencing be, I wonder. I wonder when sentencing will be for this. Like, will the judge, do you guys think the judge will be prepared to sentence? Because I don't. I have no faith in that. Although, I don't know, maybe he won't want to come back. Maybe he won't want to come back. But did the judge say anything about the person that was going on vacation? Remember, we had a jury member that was going to change her flight or something? Welcome back, Potato. We got about 15 minutes until live court is back in. Her trial starts next year. Next year. Do they have the same judge? That I don't know. Hot Potato is probably hot today, doing cartwheels. We're going to do a poll. Will Timothy be found guilty? Answer that one first. Chad Daybell's trial starts April 1st, 2024. April Fool's Day for Chad Daybell. April Fool's Day. How fitting is that? Oh, wait. We have an Atlas launch. From Cape Canaveral at 1 p.m. Space News. It just started, too. Check it out. NASA just went live. Space News. Who is worse, Jody and Ruby, or these two monsters? I think they're right around the same and pieces of shit. And thank you for your super chat, Myron. This is the Amazon Project Cooper
And here we go.
flight aboard ULA Atlas V501.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll, Atlantis. Water towers fly! Yes! Eagle down to nominal. Flight downside FPV off. Bring in FPV off.
I don't want to get copyright struck for this song. Every rocket looks like a peen going into space. Never fails. So this is Amazon Project Cooper protoflight aboard ULA Atlas V501. United Launch Alliance's V501 rocket is set to lift off from Cape Canaveral with the surprisingly secretive Amazon CooperSat protoflight mission. The satellites are prototypes which Amazon will use to test its design and technology in space before beginning full-scale production of the broadband internet constellation.
Alongside me for the
They're set to take off at 2 o'clock, so 1 hour.
Fantastic. We're gonna see some mighty Atlas going up today.
And
right?
this rocket's nickname is Big Slick.
As I just said, only the second flight of Atlas
This
of
is
the year.
Big
It almost
Slick.
feels like we wait so long. We wait until the autumn. For
This is
Atlas
their
to finally
third launch
fly,
of the year and the
and
158th launch
then 2
overall.
flights. You wait for a buzz.
ULA's
Take
third launch.
forever, and then
Atlas
two come on.
Atlas
It's like, you know,
V's
finally we've got a
99th
second
launch.
Atlas to enjoy, and a daylight launch from
ULA's
Petersburg,
74th
so
launch
it's
from
going, that buzz is really
SLC
a
41.
bit of a rarity. But we also coming up.
And this is the
had,
first launch
small
in support of
deployment
Amazon's
but,
Cooper
all of the crew
constellation.
started rolling out to the pad, so we'll be awaiting them hopping on, getting cameras online and whatnot shortly. But we always
So that's
have
going to
the
be
robots, as well, and controlling
an
what
hour
you
from
can see,
now, I
in
guess.
the background. We have Patrick pushing buttons, doing all of the magical streamy things, making sure that these things go. So Alex, do you want to just give us a little bit of an update of how ULA have been counting down so far? They've just confirmed that we are good for a launch so far in under an hour's time, just under an hour's time. But how's the actual rocket looking?
Yeah, so right now the Atlas booster is completed fuel with our RP1 and liquid oxygen, so it is completely ready for flight in terms of propellant load. The Centaur upper stage is undergoing liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen load right now as it approaches that usual T-minus 4 minute hold. That is a planned hold that that ULA does. You know how Atlas works. They do these sort of built-in holds that are about 30 minutes in duration. So right now, even though you see there at the top of the screen L minus 56 minutes, it is actually T minus 26 minutes right now, because once they reach T minus 4, then they'll hold it for about 30 minutes and then get through the end of the countdown. So far so good. It is looking pretty much good. We just got an update that the weather outlook has improved to 80% chance of acceptable conditions for today's flight. So hopefully today's flight should go on time in just 55 minutes and 41 seconds.
All right. Well, that's the latest and greatest. We are back live in the courtroom. Did you guys see that? We just got a glimpse of the room. Look, she takes her heels off. That's him in his. Look, there's nothing in there, you guys. Is this when they come in and say, "Good morning"? All abrupt and rude. Oh, these people make me sick. It's horrible. And that's the bucket. See the bucket at the end of the bed? See the bucket at the end of the bed? Here, watch this. Look. How we saw it before. Remember, that was before he tore down his posters and stuff. Yeah, and then they have the nerve to walk in and go, "Good morning. Did you pee in the bucket? Did you go pee in the bucket? Clean the bucket." They're horrible. It's despicable. And then Timothy's like, "We don't want the neighbors to see that you have a bucket." That right there shows that he knows what they were doing that was wrong. We don't want the neighbors to see it. No, so this room is actually a room that's built in the garage. So every time they open the overhead doors of the garage, it's loud AF. And in Florida, our garages get very, very hot. Very hot. And we heard them bitching at him for turning on the AC. And you see he's got a unit built in the wall. But how good is an AC unit going to work in a hot-ass garage? Yes, that's him on the bed. And you can see the door is open. And there is a deadbolt on the outside of the door. No, they're Catholic. These people are Catholic. Exactly, Connie. Yeah, they did. Potato, we heard it this morning. He turned on the air. So this is what these assholes did. So every time that we hear them in there talking, not every time are they in the room with him. They're using that cam as like a two-way radio. And they get on there and they bitch at him. They heard the air turn on and they're like, they went on the little camera thing and they're like, did you turn the AC on? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, why? And he said, because it's hot. Or no, and then Timothy said, I don't give a damn if it's hot. You didn't have permission to turn the AC on. The kid looks small like Gannon. No, they said this morning he turned it on. So when they moved from Arizona to Florida, they hired a contractor. And they asked him to build an office in their garage. And they told him it was an office. So he built it. He thought it was weird that they wanted an office and no windows. But then, at the very end of the job, they asked him for three things, actually, that set off his radar. The first one was, can you put a hole in the wall for a camera? Second thing, put the deadbolt on the outside of the door. Third thing, can you put the light switch on the outside of the room? He thought it was odd, and he felt like something was up, and he turned them in. And that was what started the ball rolling. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Think if he didn't say anything. No, I can't imagine the smell. I can't. Garages, I can't even explain to you how hot garages get in Florida. So you know how like people leave their pets in cars and it's like super hot and the pets die and stuff? It gets that hot in garages too here. I mean, it's October 6th and it's probably 85 degrees here right now. So you can imagine how hot garages get. I mean, this is definitely not a bedroom. Yeah, I don't see any toilet paper either. He did say, I think in his testimony, that he didn't have to defecate in the house in Florida, but he did in Arizona. Yeah, it gets very hot. It's disgusting. These people are just absolutely sick. They're sick. All right, it's 1:13. Let's get back to our live stream. See what's going on. Pretty sure the cameraman probably wasn't supposed to show us that, but all right, we are up to speed now, you guys. Thanks for bearing with me this morning. We had some technical issues, and I had to restart. Now I'm on the StreamYards thing, so. I don't know why. I am really tired today. I'm checking on that, Angie. I don't think he did yet. No, because we watched it all. Opening statements. The cop. No, the contractor hasn't testified yet. I don't think. Because we watched the opening statements. And then the two cops testified. No, I don't think he's testified yet. Is it humid in Florida? Oh, yes. You know, I'm not sure how they found him. I don't know. Nobody knows. No, let me see. Let me see if I can find out. Okay, here's a timeline. You ready? Oh, never mind. I'm not going to read all that. Hang on a second. And you know what else is crazy is that Ronan doesn't even sound aggressive at all. And you hear that little Pierce boy say, "Bye, Ronan." Like he wants to be around his brother. I want to say the contractor turned these people in and CPS came there, investigators came there. Let me see. I don't know. I can't find any of that. I can't find that. I mean, this went on for years. Years. Authorities learned of the living conditions on January 30th, 2022, when detectives visited the Ferriter residence after the boy was reported as a runaway. So I don't know where he really was. Do you guys? She called and reported him missing, but we don't know where he was. Oh, he was found at school. He was found at school. The boy was found the next day at school. Where was he for a whole day, though? The boy was found the next day at school and interviewed by detectives. He told officers he ran away because I feel like no one loves me. The boy told detectives he did not want to return to his family, pleaded to be arrested, and stated he'd rather be in prison than be back home. Police also interviewed one of the boy's siblings, who said the victim was locked in the structure when he was misbehaving or in trouble, before adding he is in trouble a lot. The boy had been physically abused and forcibly confined to live within the garage structure since at least 2017. Then the police got a search warrant. So I don't know when the contractor came into play. Okay, that's in the affidavit. It also states that the police department received a call in December of 2021 from a man who said he was contacted to build an office in the garage of the home, and he found the specific instructions to be very strange. So maybe he didn't even build it.
All right, before we bring the jurors back, a couple things I need to just address. There's been a question raised to the court from the media with respect to the showing of the recordings of the videos that are being played to the jury in evidence. My understanding was that the only thing that was supposed to be blurred out was the minor witnesses when they're on the stand testifying. Does the state take any position with respect to publication or the media showing the videos?
I would want him to be blurred out on the videos, just if his likeness is visible.
And they've been, as far as I know, they haven't even been showing the videos yet, because there was some question on their part as to whether
I think there's some way that they can show. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, there was some question on their part as to whether they could even show the evidence being presented, and I've never restricted the showing of any of the evidence that's being presented to the jury. The only thing I've done with respect to minors is requested their face or image be blurred out in whatever they're showing. So I don't think there's any restriction. I have not intended to impose a restriction as long as they take measures to protect the identity of the minor, but they otherwise can show the videos and show what's in there as long as the image of the minor is blurred out so that he can't be identified. How about from defendant's side, any contrary position as to court's understanding of what we've imposed previously with respect to this matter? All right, so for those members of the press that are here and the media, in response to the inquiry that's been made to the court, if you wish or desire to show the videos that are being played to the jury during the trial itself, you're free to do so, but just please take whatever measures or technology you have to blur out the image in any videos that would depict who the minor actually is. So other than that, there's no restriction on showing anything that's put up on the TV or any other evidence that's presented in the case.
How does he expect?
Anything else that I need to address?
How does he expect them to blur it on the spot?
A business record into evidence, Your Honor, it states 22. I don't think there's an objection, so I was just going to do that in front of the jury.
Okay, yeah, 22 is your next exhibit number. So while there's a juror eating right now, so I have a little bit of time. While we're doing that, has there been any additional effort on your part, Ms. Murad, to get with Ms. Coakley to deal with the inquiry we had this morning regarding discovery issues? So Ms. Coakley's providing us. You know, Mark, let's get them the mic so that she's picked up.
Ms. Coakley is providing us with a copy of the video that she is playing, and the police officer provided us with a video. No, it's on. It's on. Thank you. Do you want to just do it? Okay. All right, thanks.
You're doing fine, so go ahead.
So Ms. Coakley's providing me with what she's presenting, and should additional issues come up, we will raise them with the court. I just don't feel comfortable raising that without knowing for sure.
No, I understand, and I'm not comfortable having the jury wait any longer until I know there's actually an issue that I've got to deal with, that I need to put them back there. So that's why I said, work to find out if there's really an issue, and then I'll hear it at the appropriate time if there is one. We're still not certain there's an issue, right? This is the way.
There's just too many videos to be able to find.
That's what I thought. Okay, so All sides ready to proceed at this point?
Can we approach briefly, Judge?
Sure, yeah.
Can we approach briefly? There's nothing brief about them. I know, Pam Sutton, that's how it's been. That's totally how it's been throughout this trial. Act first, think later. Thank you so much, Shell, for your super chat. We're going to keep our eye on that launch, too. We'll go back to it when it's getting ready to take off. This is what's going on there right now. Getting fired up. T-minus 36 minutes. We got space news coming in hot at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a multi-stream. Where else do you get a multi-stream? Where else do you get a multi-stream? She did the mash. She did the monster mash. We're going to have a monster mash on Halloween. Get your costumes ready. Jay's got her costume. Not telling you what I'm going to be. We're going to do a costume contest. And Karchi, I expect you to be there. Now this lady's got her hand in her shoit. Searching for that thigh. Oh, she did the mash. She did the monster mash. Happy birthday to Sophia today. The big 1-3. Oh my God, she's a teenager. I'd play the happy birthday, but we're not on Streamlabs. We're on StreamYards. Stream Nards. Maybe I can do it. Let me just see, because Sophia is very, very special around these parts. Let's see here. Let's get some B-Day action for the 13-year-old Sophia. Can I get some love in chat for Sophia? Shell, you're going to have to replay this for her since you haven't picked her up yet. Sophia, this one's for you, honey.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday to you.
My understanding is there was a late delivery of lunch.
Happy birthday, Sophia. Late delivery of lunch? No,
And Ms. Murad, you'd requested to go only to 5 today, right? Is that still on hold? You still want that?
I can't.
If you need the time between 5 and 6 to call your witnesses, if we get to that point? You want to make a game time decision, see where you are closer to 5? So I won't make an announcement yet, because I told them yesterday we'd go to 6, and if that's
Thank you,
holds,
Teresa.
if anything, we'll end a little bit before that if you tell me you're done. Okay, all right,
Thank you so much, guys.
We're ready. All right, I'll rise.
How about my baby? Literally, my third born is 23 on the 10th.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I trust that the jury who had to scarf
back.
down lunch doesn't get indigestion over the next couple hours. I apologize if you had to eat quickly on that. So in any event, I hope everybody had good lunch. We're ready to proceed with the continuation of the publishing of the state's evidence. And Ms. Coakley, you said you had an additional exhibit to go ahead and admit it this time?
Yes, at this time we move into evidence states 21, which is that.
21 is in evidence, so it'd be 22 if that.
22, Your Honor, I'm so sorry.
All right, and has the defense had a chance to look at it? Any objection? All right, court receives and accepts State's Exhibit 22 in evidence without objection.
And just for the record, it's Independence Middle School enrollment record.
Okay? All right. Ms. Black, you're handling the computer play of the exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
So
right,
we
you may.
will continue with State's Exhibit 17, and we are playing January 20th, 2022.
Okay, you may proceed.
Morning. Did you go to the bathroom?
No.
Okay. What homework do you have to do?
Homework.
What do you have to do from in here? Homework. Do you use, which books do you use? Okay. Well, that's good if you don't know, but I'll let you have an opportunity to do so. And it looks like you have some homework. So by saying I don't know, it doesn't really help anybody. So, I'll let you go through this and see if you have some homework. You know, you don't know anything.
Got your bucket? Okay, let's go bathroom. Where's that book from? Okay, keep going.
Who's the teacher that gave you this book?
Carolyn.
And that's English? Is this something you're doing for class? So you just gave it to you? Okay. Alright, did you get your homework done? Why? You didn't ask for a black pen. Then you asked. You need a black pen to do your work? You have your work in there? Did you find?
Thank you.
Here, get your clothes and get dressed while you're on here too. You're gonna find your calculator over on the floor by where your old backpack is. You got your stuff?
Yeah. Go brush your teeth. Get your plate, get your dirty clothes. Did you have it on yesterday? Did you take it off? Put it. Put your finger in, you probably don't remember. Do you have something in one of these books you can do?
Stand up. Why are you giving people shit attitude? Fuck that. Don't say I don't know. Why are you giving a shit attitude? Fuck that! Why are you giving a shit attitude? Answer me! Before I get really fucking pissed off, answer me. Why are you giving her a shit attitude? We're at your school today talking to your people to give you a better opportunity, and you got a fucking shit attitude? Now you got a shit attitude out of me, and it's gonna get to the next level. Why are you giving her a shit attitude? Fuck that! Stupid answer. You meant it. For sure you meant it. Why do you give her a shit attitude? You're goddamn right you're not being respectful. It's fucking unacceptable. You want to take this to the next level? You want to lose all of your opportunities? Those people think that you're talented and you could do well, and you can. But your fucking attitude is going to take your ass down. You're damn right it is. You lie to a teacher, give her some bullshit like I'm going to be an administrator, I'm observing you. Give me a fucking break. I've seen that shit before from you. You don't give shit attitude to your mother, though. I'm not going to accept that shit in this house. If you're going to fuck your life up like we talked about, you can. If you're going to have a good life, you can. But you can play the game with everybody at school, like you're going to be smart and all this stuff. I don't give a shit how smart you might be. If you're an asshole, if you're being a jerk, no one cares how smart you are. No one gives a shit. You'll sit in the dark in some spot that no one will want to deal with you. So you change that fucking attitude, or you dive deeper. Which do you want? Yeah, sure. You say you change it, you say you're sorry. A couple days later, all that bullshit that I see, it goes back to this nonsense. Joke, right? It's a fucking joke. Give you an opportunity. How was the rest of your day? It was okay? Will you come back and give her a shit attitude? Still choosing shit attitude? Okay, you got homework? What do you got? That's these two? Huh? Here we need. You piss in the bucket? Look up this stuff on my hair. Oh, you broke that. What was the glass you broke then? Is it? Look, I'm gonna give you a chair. Wow. You're welcome. you hear me coming? Did you prepare? Now, what are you doing on here so much? Trying to reprogram it? Like, what are you trying to reprogram? You told me like last week that you're trying to reprogram stuff. What are you trying to reprogram?
Just graphing.
The graphing?
Yeah.
Alright. You gonna go to the bathroom?
No.
Okay, don't pee in your bucket. You need to dinner?
Yeah.
Alright. You gonna change your attitude?
Yeah.
It's only gonna help you. And it's annoying to us. It sucks. Right? But it's gonna help you more. So change your shit attitude, right?
Yeah.
Eat your food.
Thank you.
Did you go in there?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Wow. Yeah.
What? I thought I asked you if you could go. You said no.
Yeah, I went before that when you said that.
I don't want you to go in there. I want you to hold it or call for us. Get it. Now we're gonna clear that bucket. We're not letting the neighbors see it. Let's go for your shower. You be the best athlete, you be the worst athlete, you be the smartest person, the dumbest person. The thing that kills it all is being a jerk. It's easy to not be a jerk. You control that. When you wake up and say, I'm gonna have a bad day. No, you're choosing to be a jerk. And here's the tool. You ready for the tool? Like a screwdriver to take the screw out? The tool is this. Continually think about things you're grateful for. Here's one. You have a school that thinks you have opportunity. Think about that. You can't be angry and happy at the same time. Angry and happy at the same time. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Can't be what?
Angry and happy at the same time.
Yeah. So if you are angry, now if you think you're strong and you're mentally smart, well then control your thoughts. Challenge yourself for one day. When you get angry, get frustrated, see if you can beat that, because your emotional self is different than your intellectual self. Those are two different people. And if you let the emotion... Understand?
Yeah.
You have more work to do?
Yeah.
Keep doing it. going on now?
Reading.
What are you reading?
But
What is this book anyway?
so nice.
Where did you get it from?
Teacher in English.
Why did you get it from him?
You're supposed to have a book for you.
Why don't you read Anne Frank?
Yeah. It's like, you know, like it's like a literary book where there's a bunch of stories in it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is this a good book?
Yeah.
What's it about?
It's about a kid, named Michael, who is in.
Who what?
Kid named Michael.
Yeah, what's he doing?
He is trying to avoid bad people.
Yeah.
And he is a Catholic and he befriends a.
Be friends?
Yeah.
Be what?
A Jewish man.
Is he a Catholic altar boy?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I've heard about this book. It's like you. You're a Catholic altar boy. And he befriends a Jewish man?
Yeah.
Okay, what happens next?
His friends. The city is mostly
The city
anti-Semitic.
is New York?
Yes.
Yeah? What year? 50s?
1947.
Yeah. Okay.
The city is mostly anti-Semitic.
What year is 47 after? It's close to what?
1945.
Well, it's close to World War II, the end of World War II, right?
Yeah. That's from Wilfred Owen's Anti-Forbidden Years.
It's from what?
Those are excerpts from notes for Wilfred Owen's Anti-Forbidden Years.
Is that the author?
No, it's another book.
Where's that book?
At school. It's with the Anna Frank book.
Anne Frank. So in her home, her dad would call her Annie, right?
Yeah.
And some people call her Annie, but in the American world stage, this is known as Anne Frank. But you can call her either way, just to give you a context. Yeah, go ahead. So what about the world? What? What's this?
It's Wilfred, excerpts from.
What's in your pants? No. Excerpts from what?
Wilfred Owen Anti-Forbidden Years.
Who's Wilfred Owen? Author of what?
Author of a World War I poem.
Poem, okay. Where'd you learn that? In here? In those books I gave you?
At school, because it's we're learning about war materials.
Same author in one of these?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of good authors there. Okay. This is a good book. Who gave you that?
English teacher.
Who's that?
Mr. Fairley.
Is it a nice teacher?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so what else do you have to do tonight?
Nothing else.
So, books like this, we have those books too. This is the kind of stuff. Mr. Fairley's a nice teacher. He gives you an extra book, right?
Yeah.
This is the kind of relationship you can have with your family too. I give Fiona books like this all the time. There's another really good book called authors Carlos Ruiz is from Spain. You lived in Spain. You lived in Barcelona. There was a civil war in Barcelona right around the time of World War II. Did you know that? Why did Spain not give in World War II?
Because they were doing internal problems.
Franco is fighting with his own people, right? And he's doing a lot of bad stuff. So there's a war about the fight against Franco and doing the right thing in Barcelona. Shadow of the Wind. You could get more stuff. It's a good book. I think it's a book bestseller, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of good books like that. You learn from reading those books, right?
Yeah.
Catholic altar boy aligned with a Jewish. What's the guy's thing? He's
It's rabbi.
a rabbi. You know what a rabbi is?
Yeah.
What's a rabbi?
Jewish teacher.
Yeah, and they kind of consider kind of like the priest. Jesus was a rabbi. High rabbi. Jewish rabbi. Right?
Yeah.
Back then. Anything else?
No.
What time is it?
Nothing.
All right, keep reading.
Good night.
Now publishing January 21st, 2022.
The 30? Yeah. Let's go back to what do you got down your Chromebook?
Exam.
Let's go get dressed for school. sit where I can see her.
Mom has me know that.
Why?
Because she has me said like, big mess.
Why do you need to jump there?
We need its eyes up now.
But whatever, that's fine, sit there, but I need to be able to see both.
Okay.
Why don't you make the bed first?
Okay.
Are you with you?
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go with him. Come on. How's it going?
Good.
Let me eat your food.
Yeah, thank you. Boy.
Back over. It's still bleeding or just it will be better blood? I guess it's dried up. This stinks, man. Oh.
You know why that is?
What?
Do you know why I had to check that? We understand you get frustrated, but do you understand why?
Because you don't want me to have anything?
Oh yeah, that's the reason. Good, that's a good one, you're right. Let's go with that. You're trying to fool, Lauren, but it's not. Being unkind is not gonna get you anything. You're not kind, you're not gonna get anything. So I don't know what you're trying or what's gonna make the change for you, but I got a bunch of other kids who are. So I don't know what you don't understand about that, but that's the truth.
How's this day?
Good?
Good?
Yeah.
You get in trouble?
No.
Why is that unplugged?
It was unplugged when I came in.
So did you give Mama a better attitude?
Yeah.
Did she put you in here?
Yeah.
Is that dirty?
No.
You want to come out?
Yeah.
What are you reading?
Maybe I already with you.
What's it about?
Oh, it's his artistic life, like the commissions that he did for the kings and stuff.
Hey, come on here.
Right.
Let's go. Come on. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll show you what to do. in the bucket?
No.
Let's go to that one. No, just run. I think so.
Right here.
Yeah. Go bathroom?
Yep.
Sure.
The state will now publish January 22nd, 2022.
Morning. Clean?
Yeah.
You gonna be respectful today?
Yeah.
Good. All right, let's go to the bathroom.
good.
They good?
Yeah.
So did that battery die when you were cutting?
No, when I was blowing.
So you got it all cut?
Yeah.
Alright, so next time probably could use a lawnmower. Alright.
Here, I have this one. You're sleeping?
No, I was reading the book. Thank you.
Alright,
Good night.
Statement now published January 23rd, 2022.
All right, after this one, we'll take a mid-afternoon break.
Yes, Your Honor, this one is 11 minutes and 32 seconds.
Perfect time.
Morning.
Wait.
To the bathroom. Did you do homework there? Did we send someone there?
No. But
Work? You're gonna make 12 hours breakfast, right?
can I get my calculator?
Your what? Calculator?
It's in the portfolio. First pocket.
Actually, I think it's not open.
He's working as a marijuana runner now.
Did you go to jail?
No.
Change for what?
I don't want to wear this to the. Yeah, but ready for anything?
Hi there, how'd it go? It was good? Yeah. You had fun? Yeah. Are you gonna play outside? Ride your scooter? You ride your scooter out there? So you're just sitting there reading?
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing anything else? I have homework to do.
Yeah, but it's a couple.
What?
I have to do Excel and reading plus.
So why do you ask to do that?
I do Excel and reading plus.
I'll show you exactly where you have to sit. Sit right there, sit facing. You have IXL?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the other one?
Reading plus.
What teacher is that?
Let's go, where'd you go? Alright, there's a house on. Hold on. Where's the dog leash?
Right, go. Let's go. We can do. Oh yeah, they're in the back.
Nothing on here, right? But
No.
we'll go check it out before we have you just come in here since you did and all your fun stuff.
Okay, Sean. So did you get mad when she checked your pockets?
No.
So don't get rid of anything on that because you earned that. Okay? What's the nail there? What's the ground there?
That's what I know. It's not here.
Go ahead. Where do you think you're shooting at? Probably not. sisters? Okay.
Uh,
All right, nearly there. I ready to read?
yeah.
Good night. There you go.
Your Honor, we can take the break now.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 2:40. We're going to take a 15-minute break, so just shortly before 3, we'll reconvene. Thank you. All right, everyone can be seated, and the court will be in recess for 15 minutes.
Clean?
Yeah.
Let's go back to the
All right. 15-minute break. So we're on break until 3 o'clock. Should Timothy get the maximum sentence? Yes, 91%. No, 8%. I hope the 8% were troll answers because I can't imagine anything more than the maximum for these creeps. Look at that. I gotta show you guys. Look at the judge. Look at the freeze frame of the judge. Caption the judge. Caption the judge in chat. The maximum is 30 years. And I really feel like he should get the maximum because this dude was offered 2 years. He was offered 24 months. Emily. He was offered 2 years and 5 years probation, and he said no. Just for that, he should get the max. She is 48, I believe. I think they're 48 and 49. All right, so we're captioning the judge in this screenshot. Lisa says, "Shh, shh, shh." Oh, wow. Emily, oh dear, I need a new pair of underwear. Uh-oh, I'm turtling. Whoa, I hope they didn't hear that. Meg. Whoa, you mean you can smell my fart from the back of the courtroom? Oh, shit. I think that was a Hershey's. Isn't this the case where one woman lured him into the box? Isn't there another one involved? No, Mr. Rosebud. This is two parents. This is two parents that are on, well, the father's on trial right now. We're going to have the mom next year. They're accused of false imprisonment, child endangerment, and child abuse. Look, no hands. Shh, shh, shh. She'll be on trial next year, DW. Women's getting it done today. I wish I was as motivated as you are. I am not motivated today, and it's Friday. You guys want to see the rocket go up really fast? The Amazon rocket went off here in Florida about 45 minutes ago. Check this out.
We should be seeing the launch. Here you go.
Why
Then.
is it so blurry?
Sending it up into Slick 41.
Here we go.
Everybody seems good to go.
45 seconds.
Everybody's happy. Nothing indicating that we can't launch today. So in just over 30 seconds time, we should be seeing the launch. Here you go then. 25 seconds to go now.
You guys
20
are making me
seconds.
Big boy again.
Keep your fingers crossed, everybody. 10, 9, 8,
Red rocket.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We should have ignition. And liftoff. We are off and away with Project Kuiper Protoflight on an Atlas V 501.
There it goes.
Sending it up into low Earth orbit. Let's listen in for the sound.
That doesn't look real right there. That looks like a cartoon. Why does that not look real? Elon Musk's rockets don't look like that. What is that? Is that just the sun? There we go. The judge finished lunch and the rocket went off.
1 minute and 40 seconds into flight, you can still hear that kerosene crackle going in the background. Absolutely beautiful sound here as the vapor trail now starts to become visible. An RD-180 engine doing a good job of lighting up the Floridian skies here, even though it is just past midday. You can see the little trail there. Not as good as a solid rocket booster trail that we get, but you know, I'll take it either way. Just over 2 minutes now.
We can see these go up from Tampa. Like, we can barely see them.
Onboard shots here.
Like, we can see
Oh,
that
look at
far.
this. Absolutely beautiful shot.
Wow. That's amazing.
Coming from south of the Cape here as the Atlas V 501 sends it really full throttle heading down range here. Almost horizontal already.
Space news.
I believe this is coming from our friend over on Twitch, Dr. WD40. Thank you very much for this. Providing us with this beautiful feed here of the Atlas V. And this is from our auto track camera at the LC39 press site, which has got a wonderful kind of tail-on view here as we're 3 minutes into flight.
I always love that expansion of the exhaust as it goes up.
Yeah. And that's as the atmospheric pressure reduces as you get higher.
Should be coming up soon on the payload fairing separation, if I'm not mistaken.
There you go on the left. That's auto track from the Cape, and then on the right, now full screen. This is from Dr. WD40 on Twitch.
Dr. WD40.
So yeah, as we wait for payload fairing jettison, that was quite loud, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that was a nice one. Again, that roar at the very beginning is the first thing you hear.
All right, so there we go. The Amazon rocket went off. I can't listen to that for too long. I love the space news. So, love it. What's up, Lexi? Far out. I thought it was pretty far out.
Did I ask them to do that?
Unleash the lawyers.
Let's get this show on the road with these breaks. It seems like as soon as like I get up and do something, or I don't know, it seems like there's a break or there's a sidebar or something. Jeff Kent, how are you? Good to see you. I love it too. Jenny, hanging out here for the lunch break. I might pop into yesterday's feed. I seen a good bit of it whilst doing dinner, but I had to run out. Jenny, lunch break yesterday was really interesting. Miss Carlin Carchi sent me on a hunt for a perverted judge. So yeah, you might want to go back and watch that. Judge Dumpy Pants. Oh, look at Angie B. So fresh and so clean. I agree with you, Perry. I think that if there's a hard prison that they can send him to here in the state of Florida, send him there. So fresh and so clean. Everyone's showering. Hardest prison in Florida. I want to celebrate Pam Sutton. Pam Sutton. She came in mad and ended up a member. Love you, Pam. Thank you for joining the family. You just fit right in. Well, hello there, Caterbug. Thank you for dropping in. She loves our banter. We do. We banter, but we keep it respectful. We know when to draw the line and when not to. Judge comes in with a ring on his ass from the toilet seat. Just kidding. Just kidding. I love how he treated the defense today with their shenanigans, though. I have to give him credit there because they were trying to get on their bullshit again. Of talking about, oh, I haven't seen this and I haven't seen that and we have this and we have that. And they're like, he's like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that mid-trial. Squeaky queen. All right, let's do a little Google and see what is the worst prison in Florida. Because I want to know. That's where I want Timmy to go. What is the worst state prison in Florida? Union Correctional Institution, built in 1913. The prison was formerly known as Florida State Prison, and its reputation as a terrible place has not changed. The prison has its own prison farm, and convicts were made to work on it during their routine duties. Martin Correctional. Had it not been for a secret video put on the internet in 2019, no one would have known about how dire the conditions were. Graphics, violent scenes, drug use, overdoses, improper medical care for those needing attention. Dade Correctional, 40 miles south of central Miami. Put him there. Put him there. Put him in Dade Correctional. Columbia is outside of Lake City. No cleanliness and maintenance. Hygiene issues. Oh, there you go. That'd be good. Santa Rosa. Gangs. Lowell Prison. This one had tuberculosis. Suwannee Correctional. That's gangs. I say put them where it's uncleanliness. I think that would bother him the most. The DeSoto Annex. Overcrowded inmates located in cells with other inmates, which hampers their access to facilities. Guards being accused of using excessive force. Walton Correctional. Getting beaten by guards. There we go. There we go. Sounds like he deserves all of them. Any of those, all of the above. But I think that the uncleanliness would really, really, really get him. Because he looks like the type of guy that everything has to be just so. He's like, he thinks he's a tough guy, but he's really just a pretty boy puss. I'd like to find out what high school he went to, though, and kind of see if any of his classmates are on Facebook. All right, I was just making sure we were in real time. 2 minutes. If they're not back in 2 minutes, they're late. I don't think he'll get any leniency. I think when you hurt children, you're pretty much done. Donezo. Keister Bunny. I agree with what you said. It takes a sense of humor and ability to think outside the box. Like, yeah, pun intended. Yeah, like it's a different way. They have a different style of learning, a different style of communicating, and you have a different style of getting them to understand. It takes patience, it takes care. They don't care. They never cared. That's apparent. They never cared.
These nuts.
I just don't think they ever cared. I think the minute that he became different, or they noticed he was different and was going to take effort, that's when they gave up. They didn't try. I think he's sitting there thinking he didn't do anything wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy took the stand. Let's do a poll. Do you think he'll take the stand? Seeing those peanuts next to the Detroit D makes me want the peanuts that they sell at the Tigers games. What was the question? I forgot the question. Oh, yeah, take the stand. Judge. Will Timothy take the stand? I think he's sitting there taking all his notes. This is my prediction. I think he's taking notes and he's thinking, yeah, they're watching these videos, but wait till they hear my side of the story. So he's sitting there like in oblivion, in La La Land, in his head, thinking of how he's going to dispute all the things that they're playing. That's just my opinion. I don't think there's any other reason he'd be taking notes like he is, like crazy. I think he's prepping to take the stand. Or he's prepping to give his attorney rebuttals on some of these videos. But I think that he is very cocky, and I don't think his lawyer is very good. If he had a good lawyer, I would think that he would have taken that 2-year deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just trying to save their own ass right now. They don't care about any of these videos. What's the content? I think they are waiting to defend themselves. And I don't know. However his thing goes is going to really determine how hers goes. I'm so glad he didn't take the deal. I'm so angry that they even were going to give him one. You think he'll want to, Tilly? But his lawyers may say it's not a good idea, but he may still do it. Because I would think a lawyer would say, dude, take the 2-year deal. So I would think his lawyer would have said that, and he went against the advice. So I don't know, man. I'm thinking he might take the stand in his own defense. I'm not sure. But he doesn't have to decide yet till the end. He just seems so cocky. I almost hope he does, because I think it's going to bury him even further. So I'm kind of hoping he does take the stand, just because A, I want him to look like the tool he is, and B, I want to see him look like a fool. And I want to see what he's going to try to say for himself. I agree, Pam. I think it's sick. But maybe that was to avoid putting the kids through all of this, right? Maybe they were trying to spare the kids. But the fact that he didn't take the 2 years to spare all of his children from this,
All right, get out the end.
from
Be
this
seated.
public shame,
All right, you ready to continue,
says a
Ms.
lot
Black?
to me.
Fence ready?
Here we go.
All right,
We're
Black,
back.
you may go ahead
See
and
you in a
bring the
little bit.
jurors out. All rise. Jury entering. All right, everyone may be seated. Ms. Black, you may continue with the publishing of the evidence.
We are going to continue publishing State's Exhibit 17. We are on January 24th, 2022.
Go back to the plan. Finish that look?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
Lauren, why don't you grab your clothes here? Are you in order for school?
Yeah.
Are you still using this belt?
No, I use this one.
Well, so you don't use that one.
No.
Like your bed?
Yeah.
Get socks and everything? Okay. Really neat. Exactly my bed. that book. Yep, if you just need to get done. Yep, I'll come back and then you should have IXL on there? Yeah. Everything else you can do on there? Pardon? Everything else you can do in there? English, everything else we talked about? Yeah. Good. Good, here, I'll give you all this, so everyone just ate different times here. Is that stuff dirty for later? These are pajamas. These are clean. Okay. So, when you get done eating, then you have IXL and that's it? Yeah. You finished English, you finished everything else. Finished math? Yeah. What else did you finish? Civic. Finish it all. Okay. Yeah. So you just have IXL in here for what? English or math? Keep that there when you get done eating. Thank you, Mom, for dinner. Hopefully tomorrow or the next day we'll all sit and have dinner together. Okay? Why are we playing games? You're not. You are. You're not. I'm trying to give you a chance, Ronan. I'm trying. I'm trying to let you have an opportunity, right? To be honest, to be trustworthy, to do what you're supposed to do, right? Right? If you don't want that and you don't want all these things, well then that's fine. But if you want to have all these amazing opportunities and things like that, then at least be honest. Be honest to yourself, be honest to me, and do what you're supposed to do. If every time you have homework on your Chromebook, and I give you a chance, and you lie about it and you're being sneaky, I'm not going to continue to do it. But I'm giving you a chance. Look at me in the eyes. And you're caught and you're mad. It's the same thing, but a different day. So that's fine. So you can just do your same stuff like every other day. Thomas? Are those them right there? Do you hear me? Oh, here we go. Back to this, Ronan. Where you can't talk, you're a middle school boy, you want to do all these things, you want to do chess, you want to do things, but you can't talk because you got caught being dishonest. Okay, well, that's fine. I guess I'll just keep giving you more chances, Ronan. Every day, a new chance for Ronan. Even though Ronan doesn't care, he doesn't want to be nice to anyone. Oh, let's let Ronan do this. Oh, let's let me bring Ronan some food because I think he's going to have a good night. Oh, let me do everything for Ronan. Okay. Oh, but Ronan can't talk because he got in trouble because he got caught. It's like, give me a break. Start owning up to what you're doing and then try to fix the problem like we keep telling you.
Now publishing January 25th, 2022. It's a new day, right? Right? A new day. You mad at yourself because you get caught? You get done with it. Move on with your day. You have another good day. Just trying to give you what's right for you, right? Grab your clothes. Do some breakfast. Are those dirty? What? Are they dirty or not? They're what? I know, you didn't wear them. Are they dirty or they're clean? Then let's come back over here. Grab clothes. Now publishing January 26th, 2022.
Yes. Let's go.
No, I'm safe though. Okay, you put it over here. Okay, I'm gonna give you those. Done? Percentage in. You actually working on it? Yeah. Okay. Are you searching up other stuff while you're supposed to be doing this?
No.
Okay. This is gonna be it. I'm gonna come get it right before we go. Is that the only one you have to do?
I can do a couple more after this.
Okay, what percentage?
78.
Alright, is the top one?
No.
Alright, you get my plate. Make the bed?
Oh, no.
Clean up your room? No?
I clean up okay.
Make your pillow was nice, got your stuff together. Go brush your teeth, then I'm gonna the dog side of you. Go.
Alright.
Eric, wait, no, wait. You're too wet. Okay, go the other way.
Can you get me stuff?
Alright, let's go. They're over there. Let's go. Let's go. You know
They're
the
good.
girls.
They're good because, as a cover-up, they said the person is taking diagnostics.
Yeah.
Because it's a cover-up because they don't want to embarrass the
Doesn't
person.
matter, yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Everybody's probably gonna, you could be out. Like, if we decided, we could say you're not going back to school.
Yeah.
So, like, there could be a lot of people now being out.
Alright.
So, hey, don't put your feet down. No. How's it going?
Good. Alright, thank you.
Spoon, soup, and
Okay, thank you.
all right.
Okay, good night.
Good sleep. Good night.
Now publishing January 27th, 2022.
Morning.
Good sleep?
That's okay.
Yeah. Want to go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Let's clean your bucket out. Let's put these in here. So it should be together like that. Did you bed in the morning, okay? Because you have plenty of time, right?
Yeah.
Welcome to your homicide.
Not yet.
Pajama?
Yeah.
You just need it and go to bed?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, anything else over anything over?
No.
What's this?
Bookmark.
From where?
The book. And the book. Okay, 2 bookmarks for some reason. Alright.
Now publishing January 28th, 2022.
Renee, we should go to the bathroom. Do we need to take a shower today, or you can do it tonight?
I'm here tonight.
So, go to the bathroom. you do it, can you make your bed first?
Yeah.
Clean up like your space here. You don't have too much that's cleaned up, right? So if you make it look nice, it's a good thing, right? You have a good day? Friday, right? Having fun on Fridays?
PE in the morning. For last time until another 6 weeks because it rotates every week.
Okay. Okay, so what are you working on right now? Because you said you were finishing the IXL, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you working on right now?
See if it shows up.
What?
See if it shows up.
You're doing IXL or you're not?
I am.
So what percentage are you on then?
46.
What's going on?
Bad.
Why?
The pounds are not. I don't know.
Almost done. 66, right?
Yeah.
It's dirty.
Yeah.
Alright. Why don't you grab your clothes really quick so that you have them. What's wrong with the problem?
Nothing wrong with most of this. Hard to go through.
So you're done now, right?
Yeah, no thanks. I'll be blessed.
Okay, how much do you have of that?
I have 2 vocabularies.
Okay, I'm gonna come in and grab that in a couple minutes and have you get some of those shells.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, why don't you leave the stuff in here? I'm gonna have you get shoes.
No.
Your shoes are right there.
Yeah, I need to change my shirt because I brought this one up.
Can you tuck it in?
No, it's not gonna be big enough.
Okay. So.
This is Megapon's room. Megapon room. Yeah.
Maria, that blue bucket.
It's okay.
Okay.
Maybe later you can see my class. Yeah, I'm very soon.
All right, thank you. Does the state have any additional items to publish?
We don't, Your Honor. At this time, the state would rest its case.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the state's portion of the case. The state has rested. There are some things that the court needs to address outside of the presence of the jury. So, Mark, if you could escort the jurors into the jury room, and I'll let you know when we're ready for you. All right, everyone may be seated. Does the defense have any motions?
Judge, at this time, we're going to move for our first judgment of acquittal. Essentially, obviously there's 3 counts here. The aggravated child abuse count has 5 different ways that it can be proven by the state. Either aggravated battery, willful torture, maliciously punished, willfully or unlawfully caged, finally knowingly, willfully committed child abuse, and in doing so caused great bodily harm, disfigurement, or permanent disfigurement. The state in this case, I think, has failed to prove that Mr. Ferriter willfully, intentionally inflicted any physical, mental injury that resulted in great bodily harm. The terms great bodily harm, permanent disfigurement, these come from the aggravated battery statute. There has been, as far as I can recall, no testimony that the child suffered great bodily harm, which means distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises, which were also not presented. Likewise, there's no testimony that this child was in any way disfigured. Aggravated child abuse is committed through other ways as well, of course. Malicious punishment is reserved for certain types of cases. In Florida, Wheeler versus State controls in this district. It's 203 Southern 3rd 1007. In that case, the rule that comes from that case is that great bodily harm or permanent disabilities or disfigurements are what demonstrate actual malice on the part of a parent and not merely a momentary anger or frustration. So the state, I think, has failed to prove actual malice. Malicious, there's a definition for malicious in the jury instructions. Wrongfully, intentionally, without legal justification or excuse. Maliciousness can be established through circumstances, and one could conclude that a reasonable parent could have engaged or not engaged in that conduct, depending on those circumstances. I think
in a motion for JOA at this stage, doesn't the state get the benefit of all favorable inferences? And so if I were to buy your argument there, at this stage, I would have to conclude that they have established malice.
Well, I do think that I think actual malice, though, under Wheeler, is that it's not any sort of a momentary anger or frustration. It's discipline that results in great bodily or permanent disabilities or disfigurements, or demonstrates that the actual malice on the part of the parent was not momentary anger or frustration. So I don't know that we have any evidence of that. I haven't seen any evidence of that. What the state is essentially relying upon, factually, from that perspective, is moments where he comes in, he's yelling at Ronan, and those interactions that we saw this afternoon on the video, those fit more frustration and anger, if anything, but not great bodily harm.
But we're talking about malice, and we're talking about intent, right? I mean, that's the purpose that you're making this argument at this stage, right?
No, well, I'm going under the 5 ways to prove child abuse. Of them, I'm going through them. So I'm saying it's not aggravated battery. I'm saying it's not malicious, because we don't have great bodily harm. I also believe it's not torturous. I don't think there's any facts to go to torturous. And I think that the closest call here would be for the state is caged.
So you're trying to convince the court at this point that no jury could ever find that being confined in a 8x8 room or box, however you want to refer to it, that no jury on earth could find that to be torturous? Because I really have to find that no reasonable jury could conclude that that was torturous under the facts that have been presented. Again, which is why at this stage the state gets the benefit of all favorable inferences. Is that the leap you're asking the court to make at this point?
So torture involves extreme or sadistic conduct, which is absent here.
Well, I'm going to push back on that. I don't know that it's absent. What I believe is that there's certainly enough for a jury to determine whether it's torturous, evil, or sadistic. I mean, the video displayed many repetitive instances of the father coming into the room, his son snapping to attention in demonstrable fear, a repetitive, consistent berating of the child. it seems to me, and I'm not judging the facts one way or the other, I'm just merely determining whether they meet the standard at this point so that they can be passed along to the jury to make that determination. And it seems to me that a jury could conclude that this is torturous and it is something done with evil and evil intent and malice. So move on from that, because you're not going to convince me that no reasonable jury could conclude that this is a torturous event here in the life of this child.
Well, in terms of the other elements, you have the argument was malicious, and in that I want to also draw the court's attention to Wheeler, which I gave the court the cite, but there is a clear difference between a parent's discipline and something that goes beyond and results in great bodily harm to the child. So I don't believe we have that here.
Okay, so let me read to you a provision that comes out of the case of Slocum versus State. That's at 757 Southern 2nd, 1246. And I'm quoting from that case because I think the part that I'm going to read is apropos to this. And just bear with me for just a second, Mr. Wade, while I get to it. The court said, and this is out of the 4th District Court of Appeal, which is the court that obviously handles direct appeals from this circuit. Regarding another conduct element of aggravated child abuse, the dividing line between permissible punishment and malicious punishment is not always easy to draw. A defendant maliciously punishes a child if the punishment is imposed wrongfully, intentionally, without legal justification or excuse. The element of malice requires evidence that the defendant acted with ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And then the court cites the Gaylord decision where that court made this statement: the determination that a parent or one standing in the position of a parent has overstepped the bounds of permissible conduct in the discipline of a child presupposes either that the punishment was motivated by malice and not by an educational purpose, and that is, was inflicted upon frivolous pretenses, that it was excessive, cruel, or merciless, or that it has resulted in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. And I think that recognizes that the great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement is only one aspect of how you get to ultimately a conviction in an aggravated child abuse case. But the point I want to make here, and then I'm going to switch to one other case, and I'll let you have the floor back. And this is the Tate versus State decision. And I'll give you that site. That's at 136 Southern 3rd, 624. And this is what the court said in Tate, which gives me great pause in terms of the motion for judgment of acquittal here. And it says, Tate suggests that the state failed to prove that Tate intentionally abused HR, which is similar to what's being argued here. Because direct evidence of intent is rare, and intent is usually proven through inference, a trial court should rarely, if ever, grant a motion for judgment of acquittal on the issue of intent. And they cite a number of cases holding that intent is rarely susceptible of direct proof and is almost always shown solely by circumstantial evidence. And this picks up with what you said. Where reasonable persons may differ as to the existence of facts tending to prove ultimate facts or inferences to be drawn from the facts, the case should be submitted to the jury. So that's why I asked the question the way I did, is because if you concede that reasonable jurors and reasonable persons can disagree about what they've seen on the videos and what those videos mean, then that presupposes or actually mandates that I deny your motion for judgment of acquittal at this point. Do you at least agree with that argument?
Well, generally, yes. My only pushback on that would be that, unlike, I think, in some of the other cases that you've cited, and I've read Tate, just reading the case, what I think is different is here the jury has, and the court has, not just the video, but the audio. And the audio has the words from Mr. Ferriter himself. And you can see, and hear in that there isn't it isn't malicious, that in the sense that ill will and no educational purpose. It's quite frankly the exact opposite. What you see and hear is that he's saying to Ronan that you did something wrong, and I'm trying to raise you to be somebody who's a good kid, not someone who is out there doing things that aren't good for himself or others, and you're not gonna, you're gonna go nowhere in life, and I want you to go somewhere in life. And there was some clips shown today where he's actually in the room going over homework with Ronan, and there's a lot of conversation about doing homework. And it's every time you see on the video that there is something that Ronan did wrong, whether it was impersonating a teacher at school or lying to somebody or lying to a teacher or those types of things, then the consequence you see on the video is that's when he got something taken away from him or he got in some way punished. And then he acts out again, of course, as a result of that punishment. And it's very sad to see how he reacts to that, of course, but that doesn't change the fact that the jury and the court has the evidence in terms of the audio as to why that conduct happened. It was not for no purpose or malicious purpose. It was for an educational purpose.
All right, so with respect to the aggravated child abuse count, without justification, is it your position that applies to each and all of the different avenues which can be traversed in order to arrive at a conclusion of aggravated child abuse? Because the reason I ask it the way I'm asking it is, a couple of the avenues require great bodily harm. And I do have the question for both sides to address as to what, because there was evidence of mental injury. I don't believe there was any evidence of any great bodily harm. So the question is does any kind of mental injury rise to the level of where under the law it is considered to be great bodily harm? That's first question, but this is the part of the information in terms of one of the prongs or one of the avenues that I want you to address specifically, and that is willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged. And that does not require great bodily harm. And what I've just stated to you are the elements of aggravated child abuse following that avenue. And address that, because it seems to me that on that basis alone, I should be denying your motion for a JOA on count one, because there's at least one avenue that jumps out at the court that clearly a jury would be the proper entity to decide, the issues in this case because of where the evidence stands at this point.
So interestingly, the jury instructions don't give us a definition of caged and whether it's temporal or not. And two things I would point out factually to the court. One is many, many times when the door closed in the video, you don't hear a lock. So the door isn't locked on many occasions. So Ronan could open the door and walk out, just like anyone can in any room, and therefore those definitely would not fit the term of that level of confinement that one would say would be synonymous with the Webster's dictionary version of caged. There are times where he is, but there's a temporal aspect to that. And we heard it from, I believe it was Officer Lowe.
Let me ask, was there one time in any video that was played by the state where the victim walked out of the room without the parents opening the door first? I don't recall seeing a single instance of where that occurred.
That is true, but that's different because the door not being locked would not, in the terms of confinement under the law, in terms of like other types of cases or kidnapping cases or people being cuffed to things, this is you can decide not to go out. You can decide not to go out because there might be a consequence to going out and that you get in trouble because you weren't supposed to go out.
But why wouldn't that be a basis for confinement under the law where you have great fear that if you come out, bad things will happen to you? To me, is there anything in the case law that gives guidance on, because I'm not sure I agree with your argument that it wasn't locked, but that'd be up for the jury to decide. But the legal point that you're raising for me is whether confinement actually requires a lock or confinement be achieved by virtue of the inducement of fear in the victim. So the victim is scared to death to come out.
So the difference in this particular set of circumstances, and the case law does say, I mean, not on cage per se, but on child abuses, and you just read it, Judge, it's very fact specific. So we're dealing with the facts here, which is parent-child, right? Parent-child in a situation where at times children get punished. If I send my daughter to her room and say, you're confined, you're not going anywhere tonight, you're staying in your room all night, I'll see you in the morning. It's not that she is confined in terms of caged under the law. She's not supposed to come out. Doesn't mean she can't come out. That is not a crime. That is not something where this court would find I committed child abuse. So I think there's a difference because of the circumstances between the two parties here, father, son. And clearly, as you can see in the video, it is every instance is tied to something that Ronan has done. He's admitted that on the stand.
But are you making the argument there that just because there might have been a legitimate purpose in the punishment, that a parent can never exceed, going back to the language used in the Tucker case, excuse me, the Tate case, that where the punishment exceeds the permissible bounds of what is proper? To me, that presupposes there can be a motivation or a legitimate reason that started the punishment per se, but that punishment can go off the rails and exceed what is permissible in any reasonable society. I mean, you're not making that argument, are you?
No.
All right.
Of course, it could. And again, and as the court
All right,
read,
so you just accepted that.
Yes.
So if you accept that, do you not agree then it becomes a jury question as to determine whether the punishment here, the specific punishment, crossed the bounds of what is proper in a society such that it could be aggravated child abuse? Because, I believe there's enough that they could define that the victim was unlawfully caged. And so if you concede that, doesn't it have to go to the jury to decide it?
so again, then we would say in every case that every case would then go to the jury, because it's a question of, do the facts meet the elements, right? And that's what I'm getting at, is that this specific set of facts.
Well, it is that is the question, but it also comes with a big proviso, provided at this stage, the state gets the benefit of all favorable inferences. So when you want to refer to that room as a structure, a box, or a cage, they get the inference that, hey, it's a cage, and it demonstrates caging at this point, don't they?
Well, I think caging, so the issue is that since my reading of the jury instructions, that there isn't a definition of the word cage. So, what we're really looking at is, and by all accounts, it's a room, correct? The caging aspect, is my understanding, would be, just from Webster's version, is that it's locked and confined and you can't get out. The only sort of caging case that I think I found in the fourth was Blow versus State. Doesn't really apply because it's handcuffed and chained to something, kind of a case. And quite frankly, in that case, they said the district court held that the plain meaning of the term cage does not include the act of chaining or handcuffing, and therefore the state did not present a prima facie case. And that's Blow versus State, 993 Southern 2nd 540. I'm sorry, that's a second DCA case, not a fourth. I didn't find one in the fourth.
Right. So, Mr. Wade, because I do think you might have a meritorious argument that there are some aspects of count one that should be narrowed. And so I want to focus on that, because that, to me, is where the real legal issue here is. In all of the avenues that are available for aggravated child abuse under count one, you agree that there's some that do not require great bodily injury, correct? The one I just talked about does not require great bodily injury.
Correct.
All right, so is your motion such that you're moving for a JOA on certain aspects of count one where great bodily injury is a requirement, and in your view, the evidence has been presented by the state fails to demonstrate great bodily harm? Because if that's your motion, there may be parts that I need to have a conversation with the state about, because I have questions and they will need to explain to me where the evidence is of great bodily harm, if great bodily harm does not include PTSD, or any mental injury. And if it doesn't, then there may be a basis to narrow count one.
So it would be both. Obviously, I'm moving for all counts, but as I made the argument, it includes what.
Yeah, you're going to lose on, I'm just going to tell you up front, you can make your argument for the record, you're going to lose on the willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully or unlawfully caged. I would be denying that because I think it jumps out at me that there's enough evidence for that. But the others, I'm not so sure, which is why I want to focus on that, because that's where the bigger part of my effort needs to be focused on at this point, is if I have to narrow count one.
Fair. So my position on that, and obviously then I'll turn it over to the state, is that great bodily harm and permanent disfigurement, they are defined. Defined as great means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate, and as such does not include mere bruises.
But it's got to be bodily harm, right? Physical
Yes, bodily harm
to the tissue, to the bones, to the skin,
Correct.
those kinds of things. Mental injury does not fall within that category.
Not on reading of cases that I've been looking at.
Okay, so let me take you to the second avenue. It's kind of in the information as well. I marked it as number 2, the avenue. And that is that the defendant did an intentional act or actively encouraged another to do an act that resulted or could have reasonably been expected to result in physical or mental injury. Now that standing alone, you would lose because I think there's evidence of mental injury. But it looks to me like in that particular avenue that it carries with it the conjunction and that it still has to have or result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. Let me hear your comment on that as well, because I think you're making the argument that it applies, but I want to hear you say it so I can properly register it.
Yeah, it's a conjunctive. It's an and not an or. Yes, I agree with the court on that.
All right, do you have any case law to where it's been interpreted that way? I mean, I think reading it, it makes me understand it that way, but it won't be the first time I've read a statute and there is an appellate case out there that interprets it in a way that I might not always have interpreted it. Were any case?
I focused on the fourth, and I used Wheeler versus State. It's a 2016 case, 203 Southern 3rd 1007.
All right, and so the last avenue that's in the information, and that is did commit an aggravated battery upon RTF, a child contrary to Florida statute 827.03. By virtue of the aggravated battery, that presupposes and subsumes great bodily injury, doesn't it?
Yes, Judge.
And so just mental injury would not be enough to sustain that prong. You agree with that?
Yes.
All right, so I'm in agreement with a substantial portion of what your argument here is. I haven't heard the state yet, but I see where you're going with your argument. I've told you that I already disagree with you on the one avenue that talks about willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged. Are you going to address count 2 or count 3 at this point, or is your motion only to address count 1?
Count 1, Judge.
Okay. All right, so let me turn it over to the state, and who's going to argue, Ms. Black? All right, so I've given you kind of a roadmap of some of the issues that I've already looked at, and I want you to address, and I saw you shaking your head back there when I was talking about the mental injury. You concede that mental injury does not constitute great bodily harm under the statute?
Yes, under the statute is not. We are not proceeding under 1A or 1E. We are going under the theories of 1B, 1C, and 1D.
Okay, so let me go through the information, and then you can address it. The information says that, Christine and Timothy Farron are about December 28, 2021 to January 28, 2022, and I'm going to cut through what I don't have to read, did knowingly, and this is what I consider the first avenue, did knowingly or willfully intentionally inflict physical or mental injury that resulted in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to RTF, a child. Okay, that presupposes the infliction of physical or mental injury. I think you have both of those here. There was physical injury and there was mental injury. The physical injury doesn't necessarily mean great bodily injury, but there was physical injury and there was mental injury based on the evidence that I've received. But that carries with it the additional requirement under that avenue that it has to result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. So my question to you is the state pursuing a conviction under that prong? All right, so that settles that. The motion for JOA on that prong is granted. So that won't be presented to the jury. So let's go to the second avenue. Did an intentional act or actively encouraged another to do an act that resulted or could have reasonably been expected to result in physical or mental injury? Again, it's just like the first avenue. You've got the physical injury and you've got the mental injury, but you have that little word there, and it says, did result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to RTF. Is the state pursuing a conviction under that avenue?
Can you give me 1 minute, Your Honor?
And you may want to address the word and what you think it means.
Your Honor, it seems like you are going off of the information, the charging document. We're going over the jury instructions as far as each of the elements of the count.
Well, but the information tracks the statute, doesn't it?
Yeah, Your Honor, we're not proceeding under that prong. However, as to the great bodily harm, however, the lesser of child abuse includes the portion of that without great bodily harm.
Without great, so,
You would be asking going forward on that.
right, right. I'm only dealing with the top level offense, and I'm ruling the way I am because of the absence of great bodily harm, but that does not negate the lesser included offense of child abuse, which doesn't require great bodily harm. So let me be clear on that. So based on that, deal with the and did result. Do you agree with at least the court's initial interpretation of that and Mr. Wahid's conclusion as well, that in that avenue, it requires that there also be great bodily injury?
Yes, if it says and, then it.
All right, so you're not pursuing that based on the evidence that the court received thus far. And then the third avenue, I've already ruled in your favor on that: willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged, RTF a child. That one you are pursuing, and I would think that that's the major brunt of the state's case in regard to count one. Am I correct on that?
Yes, Your Honor. And just to kind of address what defense said in their argument as far as Blow versus State, in that case, it did not, that they said that caging does not include chaining a child, but they did talk about how the caging aspect is a wire or bar box-like structure or a small restrictive.
Yeah, you don't need to spend any real time on that because I've sat through the hours of video as well. It can be up to these folks to determine if that's a cage or not. What I'm concluding is there's enough evidence for them to determine that it could be, so it's going to be up to them. And then the last one, which I consider to be the fourth avenue, is did commit an aggravated battery upon RTF. Do you agree that that presupposes great bodily harm, so you would not be pursuing the charges or a conviction under that avenue?
Correct.
Okay, so here's where we are with what will be presented to the jury if we get there after the presentation of the defense case in this matter. So count one, the motion for JOA is granted as to count one with respect to everything except the requirements in the avenue of willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged, which, based on the court's conclusions as to the evidence up to this point, that would be presented to the jury to determine. That does not mean that the lesser included offense of child abuse will not be presented, because it will, because that does not include the element of great bodily harm, which is the primary impetus behind my rulings in narrowing down count one. So everybody with me on my rulings on count one? So I think I've covered everything I need to cover in terms of my rulings. Is there anything else, Mr. Wahid, that you would need me to address from the standpoint of your motion for JOA? Okay. Any clarification? Okay. All right. And the court will reiterate and reconfirm its prior rulings in regard to all of the motions and objections that Mr. Wahid and the defense have made during this proceeding. If that's what we're just renewing all of that so that they're the same ruling as before. Ms. Black, anything that you ask or need clarification from the court on as far as my ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So at this time, Mr. Wahid, it's appropriate for me to ask before I bring the jury out is, do you intend to put on a defense? Yes, sir. All right. And have you made a decision at this stage as to whether your client intends to testify so that I can conduct the necessary colloquy? All right, so you want to do those witnesses before you make a decision as to whether your client will testify or not? Okay, all right, so that just means that I'll defer the colloquy for you, Mr. Ferriter, until such time as we're at that point where you have to make a decision whether you're going to testify or not in your own behalf. You understand all that, sir? Okay, good. All right, so Mr. Wahid, I don't see Ms. Murad. We're, you want to take 10-minute recess before we start? All right, so we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes.
To remind you, I renewed my objection to, in light of the testimony to Kellen McCoy, who is the teacher, about the incident where he embarrassed his sister, as that is not an issue in dispute. It was disclosed by the child during his testimony, fully admitted to it, and to have an additional witness testify to the same event that is not in dispute would be cumulative, especially when it's a prior bad act of the victim.
Mr. Wahid, do you want to address that, or is that for Ms. Murad? Let's get you mic'd up over there. You're good.
Yes. So that incident results in a response from Ferriters, which goes to part of our case, which is that they engaged the school. They took the time to listen and understand what happened and gather all the facts before doing any sort of response with Ronan. So going through that process that the Ferriters went through goes to all of what we're saying, that their conduct is not malicious, that it is educational, that it is parental, and it drives directly to our parental defense.
Is she going to testify to anything else other than what was admitted by the victim on the stand?
Yes, she's going to testify to the fact that the Ferriters engaged with her and the school, and exactly what I just said.
And she's a teacher?
She's a teacher.
And Your Honor, if you'll recall, the child testified to those specifics, that there was a meeting, that his mom had a meeting, and that his dad came, and that he met and went into the room with the teacher with the dad. All of the facts in which he's going to elicit have already been elicited without dispute.
Yeah, I'm going to deny the motion. I think the defense is entitled to call the witness because she may have a flavor that the victim himself didn't present, and so you're entitled to present your defense, and I'm going to allow that witness to testify. Consistent with the scope and the parameters that I've already set out many times already with my in limine rulings.
Understood.
Okay. All right, can you let the jury know it'll be 10 minutes, and then we'll start back up with the defense case. All right, court's in recess for 10 minutes.
Witnesses that will testify by Zoom, we're going to do them first, so if you could just make sure they're there.
Let me pull up my email here.
Thank you. I emailed Ms. White directly, so it may not be there.
Well, she would send it to me, so let me just see if I've got it here.
It reminds me of that line
You sent it to
from,
division?
16 Candles. Can I borrow your underpants for 10 minutes? Well, you guys, my food is ready, so I'm going to actually go eat. So I'll see you guys in the chat. I haven't eaten all day, so it just got done. I'm having dino nuggets and air fryer tots. Sound yummy? Are you jealous? Sweet potato tots sound amazing. All right, I'm going to put some little break music on for us. Let's see what he got. What do we got? Ooh, that's going to put us all to sleep. It's gonna make us all trip out. All right, that's chill. I'll see you guys in a minute.
gonna be a man someday. Roly-poly, daddy's little Betty. Betty's gonna be a man someday. Roly-poly, daddy's little Betty. Betty's gonna be a man.
We love eyes from across the room, and I feel like I'm about to explode. And I clench my hands tight, so I won't unleash it too soon. Give to me what I am owed, and I'll wrap you up, and we play hide and seek. And my heart rate climbs up above 130, and I wanna help you reach it, reach your peak, 'cause you told me that you like to get dirty. You're dirty and I like that, when it's just for me. You're dirty and I like that, when no one else can see. You're dirty and I like that. This is what you deserve. Where do you get the nerve to try and break free?
Have now completed the state's portion of the case. Is arrested. As I advised you at the very beginning, the defense has an opportunity to put on a defense if they wish. They will be calling witnesses, so we are now in that portion of the case called the defense's case. And with that, Mr. Wahid, does the defense have a witness to call?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
This time, the defense calls Kellen McCoy.
Okay. All right, before we administer the oath to Ms. McCoy, this testimony is being conducted via Zoom by agreement of the parties. The witness will be sworn in. And again, you are to view and consider and listen to the testimony the same as you would if this person was sitting right here on the witness stand here. Everybody understand that? Okay. All right, so, ma'am, I'm going to go ahead and administer the oath. If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. All right, Mr. Wahid, you may proceed.
All right, so, and it's a little weird, I'm not facing anywhere, but I'm actually facing the camera, so hopefully Ms. McCoy is looking at me as I ask the questions. Ms. McCoy, if for some reason through technology you don't hear what I say, please, ask me to repeat it. And of course, if I ask a question that doesn't make sense, which happens a lot, just go ahead and tell me to repeat that as well. Ms. McCoy, can you?
I think I'm going to make it easier on you. I'm going to switch the video for her, so she just look right at that video there.
Okay, great.
All right, you have to proceed.
Can you please state your full name?
Kellen Marie Hynum.
And what was your maiden name?
McCoy.
Okay. So currently, are you working?
No.
You're home with a fairly young child, correct?
A couple, yes.
Okay. Back in 2018-19, were you working as a teacher?
Yeah.
Okay. How long were you teaching?
At that point in time, maybe four or so years.
And what city did you live in at that time?
Tucson, Arizona.
What school did you teach at?
Immaculate Heart Academy.
Was Immaculate Heart is that a private school, public school?
Private.
Okay. And what grades did you teach back then?
I taught second grade, third grade, and fourth grade consecutively.
And do you recall in 2018-19 school year, what grade were you teaching?
I'm not certain. It was either 3rd or 4th grade.
All right. So, do you know the name Nola Ferriter?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know her?
She was a student of mine.
And do you remember when that was?
2019.
In 2019?
I believe 2019.
Okay. Was there ever some moment where Nola's brother comes into your classroom and asks you to make an announcement? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was, approximately?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Do you recall when, approximately, what month and year that happened?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember for sure. Maybe February of 2019 or March.
All right. And would it help to refresh your recollection if you had something to look at from that time?
Yes.
So earlier today, my office should have emailed you a document. If you take a look at that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to the time frame we're talking about.
Yes. 1 second.
I'm sorry?
March of 2019.
All right, so March of 2019. All right. And tell me what you recall happening between Ronan and Nola in your class.
Ronan came into my classroom and asked if he could make an announcement to my class, which at that point in time, it was a regular thing for teachers to send students to other classrooms to make announcements. So I said, yes, you can make an announcement to the class. So he walked to the front of the class and started to say things where I quickly realized he was not sent by another teacher. He said some things to Nola to humiliate her in front of the whole class. He made her cry. And once I caught on to this wasn't to the fact that he was not making an announcement sent by another teacher, I stopped him and I asked him to go back to his own classroom.
And did he leave?
Yes, he did.
Did you notice any response from Nola?
Yes, she was very, very upset. She was crying, and it took a while for her to gain her composure.
What was your impression of that whole incident? I'm sure.
Sustained.
Had you? I'll ask another question. Had you ever had something like that happen in your class before?
Sustained.
Based on what happened, did you do anything next? Did you reach out to the parents?
Yes, I did. I sent them an email.
Generally stating what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, was their response to you notifying them of this action?
They came in immediately, I believe later that day, to talk about it. They had requested that they meet separately. So first I met with mom and talked to mom about what had happened. And then after that, I met with dad separately to talk about it. And while I was talking to each parent, the kids were waiting by themselves, either in the hallway or in their car. I believe Nola may have been in the car while mom was having a meeting with me, or in the hallway. And Ronan was in the hallway while I met with dad.
So let me talk to you about the dad response, Tim Ferriter's response. When he met with you, once you conveyed, so let me ask you, what is it generally he wanted to know about? Trying to avoid the hearsay, just generally.
I'm gonna overrule the question as phrased, but ma'am, you're not to say what Mr. Ferriter said. You're only supposed to state what your understanding was that he wanted to know. You can answer subject to that limitation.
So what did he want to know?
Can I continue?
Yes.
Yes, you can state what was your understanding of what he wanted to know.
My understanding is that he wanted to know the facts of what happened. He seemed concerned and wanted to just understand what the situation was.
Go ahead.
He seemed very receptive and understanding of what had happened.
Did he, in your presence, ask you any follow-up questions regarding trying to determine if there was any punishment from the school, detention, or if the school was taking any action against Ronan?
Not that I can recall.
And did he give you some indication that they would handle it as a family at home?
That was my impression, although he didn't, I don't remember him stating anything directly saying what they were or weren't going to do at home.
Was there any impression you got from that interaction as to what, if anything, he was going to do next?
Sustained.
No.
Based on that interaction, so you had a separate interaction.
Mr. Wade, let me just make sure the witness knows. When I sustain an objection, ma'am, that means you're not to answer it, okay? Do you understand that? And I sustain the objection to the last question, so the answer is stricken. Jury is instructed to disregard it. You may continue now, Mr. Wahid.
Sure. You had a similar conversation with the mother, correct?
Yes.
Did the mother also inquire of you as to essentially facts of what happened?
Yes.
Based on that interaction, did the mother give you any impression as to, or ask you if there were any consequences at the school that were going to take place?
Not that I can recall.
And Nola continued to be a student in your class, correct?
Yes.
One moment.
Granted.
No other questions for this witness, thank you.
All right, any cross by the state? All right, Ms. Coakley, you may proceed.
You were Nola's fourth grade teacher, right?
I believe so, yes.
And Ronan, at the time that this happened, was also in elementary school, correct?
Yes.
So, like, he was one grade above Nola, so he was a fifth grader at the time that this happened?
Yes, I believe he was in fifth grade.
So he was approximately 11 years old when this happened, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And the date that it happened is March 22nd, 2019, right?
Yes.
And you sent an email to the parents, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You sent an email to the parents to notify them of the incident involving their children, correct?
Yes.
And you told the parents that what occurred is that Ronan came into your classroom and asked to make an announcement.
Let me stop you if there. Ma'am, it looks like you're typing on a keyboard and you cannot be reading anything or typing anything while you're testifying. So just please acknowledge to me that you're not reading. Yes, it looks to me like your hands were moving. All right, I just want to make sure, anytime I'm doing, okay, anytime I'm doing remote testimony, I just need to make sure the witnesses understand the restrictions that you cannot be reading anything or typing anything or communicating with anyone else. You understand that?
I understand that. I'm just watching my kids.
Okay, perfectly understood, but anytime the eyes start darting away, I have to be careful that you're not getting improper influences. So you may proceed. I just want to make sure you understand the instructions.
And what Ronan said in front of the class was, I've gotten several reports from Dylan and Blake about stealing in this class. Nola, stop. Just because I'm your brother doesn't mean you can do that. And then he asked Nola to stand up, correct?
Yes.
And that made Nola cry, correct?
Yes.
That's all that he said, correct? Before you stopped him.
No, that's not all that he said. Those are just the specific words that I remembered as I was typing that email.
Okay, that's all the information that you provided to the parents, right? That he came into class and he accused his little sister of stealing, correct?
As of it, that is all the information I provided in the email. Yes.
Now, you did speak with the parents, correct?
Yes.
You were not aware at the time how Ronan was being treated by his parents at home, correct?
Correct.
You also are not aware of how the parents chose to punish their 11-year-old son for this infraction, or are you?
Correct. I was not aware.
They didn't tell you what they were going to do with this information, correct?
They did not tell me.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Whitehead? All right, you may proceed.
Ma'am, the state referred to this as an infraction. At the time when it happened, is it, in your mind, was this an infraction or a prank or something like that?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Overruled, you can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The state, just when they asked you, referred to this incident as an infraction by Ronan, and I'm asking you, at the time when you were there, did was it your perception this was an infraction or a prank or something minimal like that?
What's the definition of an infraction?
Sure. So, did you think this was just a prank between siblings? Did it come across to you as that, as something in play?
No, it didn't seem like a simple sibling prank to me.
And why?
Sustained.
No other questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Whitehead. All right, ma'am, that concludes your testimony. That means that you may sign off and your testimony is concluded. She's excused from further proceedings, correct?
Yes.
All right, you may sign off, counsel. Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Whitehead, your next witness.
I'd like to call Steve Johnson. Steve's phone is sideways, apparently.
All right, Mr. Johnson, can you hear me? Let me put him back in the waiting room.
I see him in the corner there, Judge.
All right, Mr. Johnson, this is Judge Coates in Palm Beach County, Florida. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, all right, you've been called as a witness in the matter of State versus Ferriter. First order of business is for me to go ahead and administer the oath. If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right, Mr. Wahid, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, can you state your name and what city you currently reside in?
Sure. My name is Stephen Johnson. I live in Tucson, Arizona.
And how long have you lived there?
My entire life, 40 years.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Generally, what type of work do you do?
Director of business development for a pain clinic.
Do you have any children?
I do.
How many children do you have, sir?
9.
9 children. You're busy.
Correct. Yeah, apparently.
Do you know someone named Tim Ferriter?
I do.
And how do you know him?
I met Tim back in 2017 at a basketball camp for our daughters when he first moved here.
Here being Tucson, Arizona, correct?
Correct, here being Tucson, Arizona. And then subsequently learned that his children were going to attend the same school as mine, Immaculate Heart in Tucson.
And what would you say was the frequency of contact between you and Tim Ferriter back in those years?
At first, not much, but he and I coached basketball together for 2 seasons. We coached our daughters. And so that would have mean I would see him probably 3 or 4 times a week.
And do you recall his son, Ronan?
I do.
And do you recall when you, approximately when or how you first met Ronan?
I met Ronan at one of the practices. His dad introduced him, and he sat and watched the practice. And then he was also in my son's class at school.
So your son and his school went to school in the same class?
That is correct.
At any point, did you go to Tim's home?
I did.
And can you tell me what those occasions were about? Why'd you go?
Initially, they were social. There were for some kids' birthdays and the baptism of their youngest, Pierce. And there were a few times that I was over there for business. Tim was a publisher of a magazine, and I was learning how that worked from him at his home during the day.
And so did you at any point see the inside of Tim's house?
Yes.
Did you ever, were you ever shown Ronan's room?
I was. That is correct.
Who showed you that room?
I believe Tim would have given me a tour my first time there.
All right. Did you at any point at that time, do you recall interacting with Ronan yourself directly?
Yes. I did interact with Ronan several times. He was always out with the family and the guests when we were over there.
Okay. In your interactions with Tim during that time, did he seem guarded or any way secretive about his family?
No.
And did you ever have occasion to see or interact with Ronan enough to get a gauge on his behavior?
I did. Ronan was always pleasant. He'd always have kind of a sly smile on his face. He was talkative. So we connected pretty easily.
And did you and Tim and your son and Ronan ever collectively engage in anything?
Perhaps within those social settings, we never had anything particular for the 4 of us.
And I know you guys were teaching, were coaching girls basketball.
Yep.
And do you know if either did you ever see or know that Ronan was engaged in any extracurricular activities back then?
No, I know that he didn't play any sports.
Right.
That I do know.
Did you on any occasion see the interaction between Tim and Ronan?
Yes.
How would you describe that interaction?
Oftentimes, because Ronan would sit and watch the practices, there would be some times when Tim would go over to help him with homework or something that he needed, common if a kid is near a parent. There were times when we would be at a game and I'd show up and I'd notice that Ronan had a notebook out and he would be writing, "I will not hit my sister," like 50 times or whatever the number was. And the reason that's
Mr. Johnson, there's been an objection. You cannot say what someone said or what they wrote. That's hearsay. That part of the answer is stricken. The jury is instructed to disregard it. All right, you may continue with your next question, Mr. Waheed.
Without saying what he was writing, you saw him writing things at the practice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have any understanding of why he was doing those writings?
I did.
And what was your understanding?
I'm going to sustain it, but let approach, because you may have an exception you're going to rely on. All right, so the objection is sustained. Next question, Mr. Wahid.
Sir, did you observe Tim be affectionate to Ronan?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Did you ever observe Tim disciplining Roland?
Yes.
Did you observe an interaction between them where Tim was not disciplining Ronan?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that they, in your mind, that strike that? Did Ronan show affection for Tim?
Objection relevant.
Yes.
I overruled. I'll allow that question.
Yes.
Did you ever observe Tim disciplining the other children in his family?
Yes. Yes.
And so we're clear, you knew Tim and you were interacting with Tim during 2017, correct?
Correct. Yes.
2018?
Yes.
And into 2019?
Yes.
Until his child Ronan left Immaculate Heart and went to another school?
Until they left for Florida, I believe.
Okay, so even when Ronan switched schools, you were still interacting with Tim and his family, correct?
Correct.
No other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Wahid. Any cross? All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
So you stated that you kind of became friends with Mr. Ferriter back in 2017?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and you both coached your daughters in basketball?
Yes.
Okay, you stated on direct that you had seen Ronan's room, right?
Yes.
And that was inside of the house?
Correct.
And that was before Pierce had been born, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know where he was living after Pierce was born?
That is correct.
You also stated that you did not see a structure in the garage, right?
That is right.
And you didn't really have any contact with Mr. Ferriter when he had decided to move to Florida?
Aside from a few text messages wishing things like Happy Thanksgiving, no.
Okay, so you never went to his house in Jupiter back in December of 2021?
That is correct.
You never saw where Ronan was living at that time, right?
That is correct.
You never saw the structure where Ronan was living in, right?
I'm sorry, one more time?
You never saw the structure that Ronan had been living in 2021?
I did not.
And you weren't made aware of how the defendant had been disciplining him at that time, right?
I had not been made aware of any specifics.
1 minute, Your Honor.
Granted.
I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Wahid? All right, thank you, Mr. Wahid. Mr. Johnson, that concludes your testimony. Is this witness now excused? Okay, all right, sir, your testimony is concluded, so you can go ahead and sign off Zoom. Thank you for being here. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Murad, Mr. Wahid, call your next witness. And Mark, when you come in, you can go ahead and change the input on the screen so the jury's not burdened with the Zoom link.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Mr. Wahid, you may begin at your convenience.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your last name for us?
Sev Debazati, D-E, B for Bob, O-R-Z-A-T-T-I.
And where do you live?
I live in Melbourne, Australia.
And how do you know Tim Ferriter?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know him?
I met Tim when we were at seniors in high school in 1992. I was an exchange student. I met Tim then, and we've been friends ever since.
Where was that?
That was in Milford, Michigan.
Okay. And over the years, you and Tim have interacted continuously, correct?
Correct. We've probably seen each other on 9 or 10 occasions in person, and we've stayed in contact via phone and FaceTiming with our kids and so on and so forth.
And your children know his family, correct?
Correct.
And you actually visited his house in 2013, correct?
Correct.
And then again in 2019, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to take you to 2019. So in 2019, tell me if you remember approximately when in the year did you visit his house?
It would have been July.
Sir, move up to the mic just a little bit closer and speak a little bit louder. I want to make sure you're getting accurately recorded.
Sorry, July.
All right. And where was that home?
That was in Sedona.
The home was in Sedona?
Yes.
Was the home possibly in Tucson?
Tim's home was in Tucson, but when I first got there, we went to Sedona.
Understood.
Yep.
Okay, so let's start with Sedona. So you were with your family?
Correct.
And how many children do you have?
3 children.
Okay. When you went to Sedona, were you with Tim's family?
I went with Tim. Tim met us in Phoenix. We drove up to Sedona to meet Tracy, Nola, Ronan, and Fiona, and Pierce.
And what type of structure did you all stay in?
It was a 2-story home. Tim and his family stayed on the top level, and my wife and my kids stayed on the bottom level.
And do you know where did Ronan sleep during that time?
Ronan slept in the master room with Tim and Tracy.
And how long was that time that you guys were in that house in Sedona?
Approximately 5 days.
All right. It was just a vacation in Sedona?
Correct. We went there. Fiona had a softball tournament. So obviously Tim and Tracy took her around to all the softball tournaments that she could play, and it was a big one, and they invited us to come down and spend some time and do that. So we went down there for the softball tournament. Yep.
All right. Subsequent to Sedona, where did you all go?
We hired an Airbnb in Tucson, 2 or 3 minutes from where Tim and Tracy live.
Did you, on that trip, have occasion to go to Tim's house?
Yes, I did.
And when you went to Tim's house, did you look around the house?
Yes, I did. Tim showed me around.
And did you interact with Ronan on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did Ronan do?
Just normal kid. He spoke to me and showed me around, showed me his room, as all the kids did, and was happy to show me and was excited and showed me his toys and books and so on and so forth.
And where was his room?
His room was in the garage.
All right. And did you have any occasion to see Ronan interacting with your children?
Yes, I did.
And one of your children is a special needs child, correct?
Correct.
And what's that issue, if you can tell us?
My youngest son has autism.
All right. So in the interaction that you observed between Ronan and your children, did anything occur that concerned you?
There was an incident in the pool where, Ronan would be overly aggressive, duck the children underwater and hold them down there for a little bit and so on and so forth. So yeah, but I mean, I was there, so I was there to protect and look after them, but I wouldn't have left my children alone if it was just Ronan and the kids.
So don't kids play like that, putting their heads underwater, that sort of thing?
I think when both of them choose to do it together and they play, this was more just one pushing the other down against their will.
And with your special needs child, did that give you any extra cause to pause?
Just maybe keep an extra eye out, just to make sure everything was okay, and I kept an eye on where he was and where the rest were.
Were there decisions made about going out for dinner or things like that with Ferriters that factored in Ronan in any way?
We always went out together, so we never left any of the kids behind. We're always as a group, as a family. We went out together, we ate together, we swam together, we played together, we did everything together as families.
All right. One moment. Going back to Sedona for a moment, was there ever an incident there that happened with Ronan that caused you concern?
When we were leaving and we were packing up and I guess checking the house before we left, we noticed there were knives missing from the kitchen. So we started to look for those to make sure we put those back and find out where they were. We couldn't find them, and then Tracy went into Ronan's bag to have a look and found the knives and brought them back. And we put those away. So there was probably a handful of knives that were missing and found in Ronan's bag.
No other questions.
Any Cross? All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
I just want to get your last name right. It's Mr. De Broussard?
De Broussard, yep.
Broussard, okay. So when did you first meet Mr. Ferriter?
1992.
And you've been friends ever since?
Correct.
You stated that you visited his house back in 2019?
Yes.
And this was after the vacation you guys had taken to Sedona?
It was right after.
Okay. So you stated that you saw Ronan's room, right?
Correct.
And did you stated that it was in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see if there was a bucket in there?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you see whether or not the door locked from the outside or the inside?
The door was open, so I was unaware of any lock.
Okay. Did you see if there was a light switch inside the room?
I didn't look.
Was there a bathroom inside of that structure?
There wasn't a bathroom in the structure, no.
Now, you stated about an incident with the kids in the pool?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it a fair assessment that they were just horse playing in the pool?
Yeah, like I said before, I would normally say that if there was two interacting together and playing, but this was more one imposing his will on the others. The girls didn't really want to play. They didn't want to be ducked or really horse played, but he continued to do it. So.
Okay, how old was Ronan at that time?
I think he was 11.
So he's basically being like the annoying older brother at that point.
Yeah, annoying and yeah.
But you were there to protect them if they needed to be protected.
Absolutely, I wouldn't have left.
You also talked about an incident with some knives.
Correct.
Okay, and the fact that Tracy had taken them from Ronan.
From his bag.
He didn't threaten you with those knives?
No,
He didn't threaten the kids with those knives?
not that I'm aware of.
He didn't threaten Tracy with those knives?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's just that he had the knives and she took them out of the bag.
Correct. Yeah. So I don't even know if he knew how long he had them for.
Now, did you ever visit the Ferriter's house in Jupiter in 2021?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the living arrangement was at that time?
No.
You don't know if there was a similar room that there was in Arizona in Jupiter?
No.
Woman, Your Honor?
Granted. Any redirect, Mr. Waid? All right, looks like you do, so you may proceed.
Sir, would you have left your kids with Ronan unsupervised?
Objection relevance.
Absolutely not.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, sir?
Absolutely not.
And why not?
I would think it would be unsafe.
Thank you.
All right, is this witness testimony concluded at this point? Excused. All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here. Call your next witness, Ms. Murad or Mr. Waheed. And you're doing the direct, Ms. Murad? Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. All right, Ms. Murad, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. No worries. Sir, could you state your name for us, please?
Yes, is the microphone all right?
Yes.
It is.
Stuart Graham, like the cracker, Graham.
Dr. Graham, could you take us through your educational experience?
I can. I have a baccalaureate degree from the University of Texas at Austin in microbiology. I have a medical degree from the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston, Texas. I completed 2 years following medical school, postgraduate training in anatomic pathology at Case Western Reserve in Cleveland, Ohio. I am a pathologist by training. The one part of after medical school of training in pathology is called anatomic pathology. That's the specialty of pathology that most people think of as being real pathology, where you perform autopsies, you receive specimens, you look at those specimens under a microscope, and you then reach conclusions regarding disease. Following completion of 2 years in Cleveland, Ohio, in anatomic pathology, I then completed 2 additional years of training in clinical pathology at the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston, Texas. Clinical pathology is another branch of pathology which deals with the study of disease in human beings. It differs, though, in anatomic pathology in that rather than looking at portions of the of the body, either with the naked eye or under a microscope. The disease processes rather are studied by the use of laboratory tests. And the part in clinical pathology deals with the implementation of laboratory tests and the interpretation of laboratory tests. Following those 2 years, so now we're 4 years following medical school, I completed a 5th year of training after some time in the subspecialty of forensic pathology. I completed that training at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in the city of New York. Forensic pathology, as you may know, is the area of pathology which deals primarily with the interaction of disease and injury in the human body. And as such, forensic pathologists are often asked to make determinations with regard to what natural disease did a person have, what injuries did they have, and what was the result of those natural diseases and or injuries. I would say that the injuries can be of a variety of sorts. They can be, of course, violent, either with a hammer, with a knife, or with a gun. But injuries can also be those of withholding things, such as food. It's possible to starve a person to death. Following completion of that fellowship, I then after that sat for the American Board of Pathology certifications and passed those my first time in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, cytopathology, and forensic pathology. After completion of and receipt of my certifications, I've been active for the past, gosh, I am old, 30 years in both the 30 years in the performance of surgical pathology, which involves the study of specimens from live patients, and for 13 years in forensic pathology, which, as I said, is a little bit different of a specialty, which involves the inclusion of injuries as well. At this time, I most recently now work as a forensic pathologist in a variety of capacities. I do per diem work. Most recently, last year, I was at the university, at the last year, I was in Webb County, Texas, on the Rio Grande, working as a medical examiner for 3 months, which, as you can guess, was quite busy. I also perform private postmortem exams on behalf of families and hospitals. And finally, I do consultations both in civil court and in criminal court, as we are here today.
And in this case, were you hired by my firm to review some records and come to an opinion regarding a particular issue?
I was.
Okay. Could you take this jury through the records that you reviewed?
I will. The records I reviewed were the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office of offense report, the Children Protection Services report. There were some photographs associated with the Children's Protective Services report. There were health records from JFK North. There were also pediatric records from Infants and Children's, which is a large group of pediatricians which took care of Ronan. And I believe that's about it.
So I want to talk specifically about the infants and children's records. What years do those span?
Well, the records span, the records span from the time that Ronan is 8 8 years, 8 months, up until the time that Ronan is 13 years, 3 months, or thereabout. In other words, approximately from June 1 of 2016 until December 21st of 2021.
Based on those records, what is your opinion regarding Ronan's nourishment, health, and weight?
Based upon those records, it's important to note that the records include within them a calculation which is endorsed by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC. And because that the assessment of nourishment is a national of national importance in pediatrics, there's a standardized way of doing it. And for each child, for their particular sex and their particular age, a calculation is performed that's called a body mass index. Well, we can call it BMI for short. But the importance of the BMI is that it takes the person's height into account and their weight to give a calculation so that for a person's sex and age, you can compare an apple with an apple. And so that you're not comparing a child's weight without relationship to their height, which obviously would cause obvious problems. The BMI then, which is endorsed by the CDC, those records were included in the ones that I reviewed, and there's a chart, and the chart shows that in 2016, when he was 8 years, 8 months old, his BMI was had a numerical value of 40. Later, in December of 2021, his BMI had risen to a value of 56. Now, it's perfectly fair for you to ask me, well, what does 40 mean and what does 56 mean? It's actually quite simple. For a BMI of 40, it would mean that at least for boys of his age, which would be 8 years, 8 months, at least 39% of the boys would weigh less. For a BMI of 56, it would mean for his age at that time, which was in December of 2021, that at least 55% of the boys would have a BMI of less than 56. That clearly, by the definition of the Center for Disease Control, means that Ronan's BMI was completely normal. In fact, right smack in the middle.
What does that tell you about, I mean, is there any evidence of malnourishment in the record?
No, there is not. By the records that I reviewed, Ronan's most recent BMI of 56, he has a weight at that time of about 113 pounds, 4 ounces. In order to be judged to be not of a healthy weight, he would have to lose over 18% of his weight. So he's well outside the guidelines for being underweight.
Okay, and is it fair to say that there's no evidence in the record that he wasn't being fed?
Sustained, rephrase with a more specific period.
In the records that you viewed from 2016 to 2019, you said there's no evidence of malnourishment, correct?
Yes, I said there is no evidence of malnourishment as judged by the BMI charts. For the question that you just alluded to, when people are deprived of food, they lose weight, and that mathematically causes their BMI to decrease so that then it is no longer within normal range.
And based on the records that you reviewed, which again are from 2016 to 2019, is Ronan regularly being taken to the pediatrician?
Yes, although the records actually, I think, extend to 2021.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any cross? All right, is this witness excused, Ms. Murat?
Yes.
All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. Thank you. You may step down. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, that concludes our witnesses for today.
Okay.
The defense has additional witnesses as the court knows, but they're
Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that means that we're going to conclude the proceedings for today. As I've already given you the heads up, we'll start back on Tuesday. We're going to start at 9 o'clock sharp on Tuesday, so check in with the jury office no later than 8:30 and be up here at the elevators meeting mark at 8:45 for 9 o'clock sharp start time. And the schedule next week will be likely as follows. Wednesday, likely from 12 to 5, and then Thursday, if that's necessary, it would be another 9 to 5 days. So that's kind of the schedule that I'm anticipating. There's still a little bit of movement potentially in the Wednesday schedule as I get more visibility when I get into next week, but that's the current, and I know you're probably not totally confident with my estimates anymore, but that's my estimate for next week. All right, so Monday's a court holiday, so you won't be back on Monday, obviously. It's going to be 3 days. So during the 3 days, rest, relax, and sun. Hopefully the weather is good this weekend, but make sure that you do everything possible to avoid any inadvertent media exposure during the what's going to be the long weekend, holiday weekend for us. So with that, I wish you the best, and I'll see you back on Tuesday morning, same courtroom. All right, everyone may be seated. Okay, so my expectation, based on what I'm hearing, is that the defense will likely rest on Tuesday. Is that a fair assumption or fair estimate on my part? Okay. Yeah, I'm not holding you to it. The only reason I raise it is that because it's at least a possibility, then we need to come Wednesday armed with the necessary jury instructions in case you do rest early enough in the day. Now, if you finish late in the day, we would not start closings. I would wait until the next day to start closing. So let me, just for planning purposes, has either side given thought to how long they think they're going to need for closing arguments in this case? At least an hour and a half? All right, so about 3 hours. So if we finish the evidence on Tuesday, then if I start at noontime on Wednesday, that gives plenty of time for the closings to occur and then for the jury to have the case for a couple hours during the day Wednesday. And I've already set aside the entire day Thursday for deliberations, if they need it. So, all right, well, that's the plan for everyone. Same instruction to you guys. Go home, rest as much as you can and relax, and I'll see you on Tuesday morning for a 9 o'clock sharp start time. And I don't have a morning docket next week because I was supposed to be on vacation. So that's all right. So I'll be starting at 9 o'clock sharp. There won't be any built-in delay because of my morning docket is what I'm letting you know. Okay. All right. I'll see everybody next week.
I'll see everybody next week. All right, let's watch them leave. Tuesday, 9 a.m. for this case. And this is Myron's favorite part. Well, happy Thanksgiving in Canada on Monday. Look at that mother smiling. Like, what is she? She have to even smile about? Look how tall her sisters are. Or whoever those people are. Yeah, she's waiting on him. And there's his buddy from Aussie waiting for him. They're going to go have a beer. That must be his mother. And that's the girl from yesterday. What are they doing? They have zero shame. I'm telling you, I don't think they did anything wrong, guys. I don't think they think they did anything wrong. That's so disturbing. All right, you guys, on that note, we're going to dance it out. Thank you for joining today. Sorry about the technical issues today. I think it kind of screwed us up there in the beginning, but we got our stuff together. And I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend if I don't see you live. I got to get our news stories together because Monday Live, we're going to be catching up on all the stories that we've missed because we don't have to be here. So everybody have a great weekend. I'll see you guys soon. Stay safe. Oh, and dance it out, would you?
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Bye, Jennifer. Bye, Jennifer.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn.
God almighty. God almighty.